Hello, everybody. It is 1:59, pretty much 2 p.m. at time of going live. This is your host, Paul Gaither. This is my Xbox dashboard, or it will be in just a moment when we go to the sources here. There we go. We're going to try our best with our audio mixer. We're going to go skip ahead in my music playlist so we don't just hear the same music over and over again. Pick up where we last left off. I found a really good audio track here, so please be patient with me in just a moment. As we click on it, fantastic. And then I'll do my personal audio balance. Let me know how it comes out. Oh yeah, there we go. I think it's got a good audio balance according to my screen. So you got some background. Nice. Just a time to chill. As the title says, folks, it says first day of vacation. For me, the 20th of July, 2025, we have a 2-week vacation from work. I am a teacher. And we basically have the Peruvian independence on 28, the 28th of July. So as an American and Peruvian, I get to celebrate 2 Independence Days in the same month. Well, 4th of July and 28 de Julio. And with that, also being in the Southern Hemisphere, winter time, it's the equivalent of those of you that would go on Christmas break and New Year's break, but we also get that off as well. That's our summer vacation. But a good little 2-week holiday, good times. And with that, one of my goals is I actually like to play RPGs. It gives me a little bit of free time, dead time, that I can just sit down, veg out, and play RPGs without worrying of anything else, no stress, no pressure. And you can really just advance your characters and do things. It doesn't mean that's what we're going to do right now. We take a look at our games. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance is definitely on my list of things I should play. So is Jade Empire. There's a reason why I downloaded those and went through those. However, in the conversations, in the chats with Asuka, and in the chats with everybody else, one of the things that I would kind of like to dip back into and maybe accelerate past, since we're not doing slider testing, is jump back into Madden 04 and jump into the future with inspiration from Dine-Chise's video that he dropped today that we did a reaction to. We saw ourselves looking at Madden 08 30 years into the future. There were various things that we wanted to discuss, and among those things to discuss was the lack of inflation from the league. The revenue, income, the salary cap, many things increased, but the player demands did not. So we definitely want to do our multi-team franchise. And we said, okay, it's enough time for testing. It's time for the real franchise. I think we're mostly done with testing. I think we have our sliders and we can play our games and everything. I don't think there's a need or a reason to go in and watch the playoff games, so much as it's just fun to simulate the season and do a little bit of what Dine-Chise did, but just even simulating the playoffs and seeing what does it look like in terms of our finances and making a direct comparison with 08 versus 04, seeing how we can continue to manage our team into the future, and see, is the problem still here in 04 and it's a carryover that they never fixed? Is it a problem that arises? Which game does it arise in? There's several things that I would at least like to take a look at. So we're sitting here 5-4, not doing as well as we did in other times that we simulated, 6-4 after the bye. Many things that I would like to accomplish on the channel today and in the coming days. 8-5, we're not going to have a losing season. 9-5. Asuka in the comments, welcome here, says, yeah, it'll be good to see the CPU logic for 04 and compare it to 08. Absolutely. And the fact that we're not going to be simulating the playoff games, or we're not going to be playing out the playoff games, means things should go by a lot faster. We should be able to accomplish a lot in today. So, our season ends at 11-5. Right? We have the entire first round. We've got Bears, Packers, simulate the game. Oh, bad, too, so sad. 28-14. Get the dub. Sim the round. And we do not see the Steelers. But we do see a little Packers and Falcons action, little Michael Vick action. and 38-6 to them. 38-6. Michael Vick, 15 of 21, 2 touchdowns and an interception. Michael Vick, only 2 carries for 23 yards. The game is not simulating him as a runner. We host a playoff game with the bye. I think we're the number 2 seed because we're going up first, not going second. But we might be the number 1 seed, right? No, the Ravens are 12-5 and they're going at New England. How are they? Wow, this is so weird. How are the standings? The AFC. We're the number 1 seed, even though they have more. Oh no, I think they had the 12th win is because of they're counting the wild card win, right? That's right. So we ended up with the number 1 seed in the league. Okay, and that's why we play on Saturday, so we have a little bit more time. And with the number 1 seed, we get the W. We advance to the championship game just as we did before. We're in the championship game against New England, both 12-5. Do we make the Super Bowl like we have in other games? We've lost one in a simulation. We've won one and gone to the Super Bowl. This is the same year simulation I've done before. This is the 3rd time around, but the more serious mode. And we do not make the Super Bowl, and that's too bad, so sad. Simulate the game. New England, Eagles, Super Bowl. Simulate the game. New England comes away with the trophy. Texans, Patriots. We didn't look at the overall information. Too bad, so sad. We move on. Importing draft classes, not a feature that we can take advantage of on this console. And in the comments, Madden 04 version of Jordan Love. All right. Yes, the comment, well, they don't have the Aaron Rodgers effect, do they? Right? So it's going to go through this signing coaches period, which I think sometimes took a long time. I think the music is interesting in the background. It's not my favorite, but it's good little jams. And I guess in some ways, we're still talking about whether it's Madden 04, the very first version, or Madden 08. I think we're seeing the same spiral up, aren't we? We have to spend no money on advertising, and we haven't really had to mess with ticket prices or anything of that nature, and we're just constantly going positive. Now, from an NFL standpoint, they don't want teams like to go around losing money, but how do we have 0 staff salary? That's so weird. Bill Cowher has retired from the Steelers. My son's high school gave me an offer I couldn't resist. That's funny and cute. Okay. So, staffing. That's why we have no salary, because we've got no staff. And the Steelers are trying to steal my head coach. Trying to steal. The Steelers trying to steal. Another team has outbid me. I'm sorry, but we're keeping Kubiak. I don't care. Congratulations, you got Kubiak. All right. Offense. Mike Martz. So, with the Rams, just as recently with Arizona, okay, he's getting a head coaching job. Brad Johnson retired and came out, huh? And he's got 85 offense. He's considered right up there with Mike Martz. What's his story? First year coaching, and he's already got that much. He's just considered a fantastic guy. And it's Tampa Bay. Come on. You got to let Brad Johnson be the coordinator of Tampa Bay. I'm not going to steal him away from Tampa Bay. Just the storyline alone is a reason to not do that, to do him dirty like that, right? So let's just take the next guy that's available to be an OC. All right. And then when it comes to defense overall, so we've got Lewis, San Francisco head coach. Romanowski is getting the offer to be Kansas City's head coach after the time that he spent with Denver and with the Raiders. It's Kansas City giving him a head coaching position. So the next highest guy that's not being asked to be a head coach, and we also have Marvin Lewis is available. That's interesting. Any meme decisions? Again, we're talking about availability, so like unemployed and all of that. Monty Kiffin obviously is getting a head coaching job. We're not going to try to take away someone's head coaching position. So let's go with this Barry player. Barry. Whoever the hell Jay Barry is, I don't really know. And then let's go to like kicker punter action. Because there's what else do they use to rank special teams, right? Here, no, he's and we want unemployed, right? We want unemployed special teams. So Rodriguez here is our best special teams available guy, right? 72-72, 75-72. Okay? So, special teams coordinator. Alright, not ignoring the chat. You know, I really got to find out the way to be able to put the chat on the screen, and I'm willing to bet that it has to do with StreamYard or something. Joe Barry, no idea. You just signed Joe Barry. I hate him almost as much as Don Capers. Okay, yeah, I have generic guy. Because does it even matter? I mean, we're in like the I don't care mode, right? You like to see what happens with the shared revenue salary cap as well as players' contracts and all that. That's what I'm looking for. Exactly. Like, it's a whole world of who cares, right? Go to staffing screen. What are we missing? I guess we're missing training staff or something like that, right? The Elite Health Corp. Fantastic. Is there anything else that we have to do? All right, it's time to advance. All right, schedule. Retired players. Aaron Glenn says goodbye. Stephen Davis says goodbye. 92 overall. So, I guess the other thing to look at is the progression, right, across the league. NFL, right? We've already seen what the league looks like in general. I don't think we have the same regression super problem that we do in 08, right? I didn't look at who the loser teams were, and if they were falling because they were losing. But I believe Dynchise himself said in the video, like, you should play 04 because it doesn't have that problem, right? So I'm willing to take his advice and his observation that it's a non-factor here. So we go to retired players again. We look at the league. Age 36s. There's an age 40 defensive tackle, obviously. The fact that John Randall stayed around this long, which I don't think he stayed long past like Madden 2002, 2003 range. In the game, he stays until he's 40. Then we can see the others. Greg Beekert. John Casey. What you doing? Nothing. There we go. And by overalls, we had a 23 overall player. Yeah, I don't think you retired so much as no one was giving you a job. But sure, go for it. You had a job with the Jets. The Jets had a 23 overall player. Hopefully he wasn't injured. Hopefully it wasn't a career-ending injury. But that's most likely what the real reason was. But we're out. And we move forward. Re-signing players. Alright, well, he's got 1 year on his deal. They call it a holdout. I say it's contract negotiation. I say that, just like Brock Purdy's situation right now, where he's on the final year of his deal. Carr's on the final year of his deal. I don't consider it a true holdout. Let's just get a deal done, and let's give him the deal that he wants. That's the other thing. We have 34.95 mil on the cap, right? And we're pretty much paying these guys what they want. We've got a Pro Bowl fullback. Let's give him the money that he wants. Right? Banks, it doesn't matter. Tony Baselli, you're still good, and you're still playing. Let's give you the deal that you want. 30 mil. Still left on the cap. Alright, this is our big-time player. We did not renegotiate a contract in anticipation. And you only want a 2-year deal with us. You're not looking for multiple years. Well, we're going to give you what you want. You said it's like pulling teeth, but it's what you asked for. Our right guard is a Pro Bowler that we decided to keep. And he stayed as a Pro Bowler. That's so interesting. Well, let's give you the deal that you want, as we're at 25 mil against the cap. That's a big difference, too. We're these many years in, and we actually have some cap in front of us. It's not like a giant cap. 22 mil. Gary Walker. Yep, we're at 22 under. All right. Rojas, we need to re-sign you. You do not want a long-term deal. Okay. Palmer, yeah, whatever. Foreman, whatever. Okay. We'll be at 15 mil, giving him the deal that he wants. And we'll be at 11.73 mil, giving him the deal that he wants. these 2-year deals, that's what they want. Giving them exactly what they're asking for, and we're at 11.73 mil. I think this game is doing a decent job of managing what the team salary is versus what the players want. I don't know if we could truly afford all these guys, but we're not looking at like a $500 million or whatever in cap space either. So we got lots of people, lots of comments, and I'm not ignoring them, but we got to this point here, and it says, Asuka talks about Joe Barry was your defensive coordinator, and for some reason my headphones got themselves unplugged. There we go. He was our defensive coordinator from 21 to 23, and he was trash, as bad as Capers was at least. We fired him a lot sooner. Orochi Alter, not ignoring you, says, sup Paul and Asuka. Orochi Alter says, sounds like somebody's defense is about to get cooked. Yeah, well, could be. It's an alternate reality, right? After all, Asuka saw that Don Capers won his Packers, or not won his Packers Super Bowl, but got them to the Super Bowl. So, alternate reality. Asuka says, yeah, the ratings here look a lot better so far, especially the awareness. Nice to see a guy with high ratings like Randall play until 40, and then Doug being selfless. Yes. Rookie scouting. Waste of time, waste of time, waste of time, and waste of time. Okay. NFL draft. We don't want to go so slow, but let's continue to apply the same logic that has got us as far as it has, shall we? This is usually what takes the most amount of time. So let's take a look at our actual roster. We don't need a replacement for Carr in the first round. If there are any running backs, which I don't think there ever are. Wide receivers, our room is pretty much locked up. Tight ends, like, what do we even really need? We have so many positions already taken care of. We know, like, oh, well, what about your right tackle, Paul? Remember, our left tackle is our true right tackle. He's a Pro Bowler. It's Tony Baselli and Sean Fox, and 81 overall. And then these are basically our backups, right? So that's our situation here. And yeah, we actually literally have left tackle did not make the Pro Bowl. Left guard did not make the Pro Bowl. I believe McKinney is our starting left guard. Anderson's our starting center. With Pitts as the backup guard, if you will. And Schweiger as the other starter. And then our left tackle is our starting right tackle. That kind of little trickiness here. The defensive end position is definitely something that we could address, folks. Our middle linebacker and our outside linebacker room, especially at the youth we have. 1 year pro here, 4 years pro here. Jamie Sharper getting older. We definitely could use a middle linebacker, but I believe we're playing the 4-3 defense. Are we playing? No, we're playing the 3-4 defense. So we could definitely use another middle linebacker, a little bit of defensive line. Outside linebacker, 2 year pro, very good. Then we could use that in number 3 corner. Our safeties are pretty darn good, so it's good to just mentally go through that process. So, right tackle, no thank you. Perry, well, we could use a corner, especially with Aaron Glenn retiring, right? Excuse me so much, I'm so sorry. It is what it is. Alright, nothing special about this player. 4.35 speed is nice. Age 23 also, big note for me. That's a no for me, dog. That's a no for me, dog. Alright. So we got ourselves a defensive tackle, age 23. Amazing tackling, good interview. Bench reps are at 30. Fine. If we want to go to a 4-3 defense this year, it seems fine. Right? Like, it's not the best. A defensive end. We're kind of getting down here on the list. Another tight end, above average. What are we really looking for here, folks? As it drops, it gets a little worse. A tackle, a center, a tight end. Above average, good interview, age 23, no. Amazing, 23 years old with good. Nothing strikes me as particularly interesting. The halfbacks definitely don't. The wide receiver doesn't. Yeah, the tight end room doesn't. Above average, good, great, but 20 bench reps. It's defensive end, but bench reps. Oh, I guess that's one thing that we should take a look at here, right? Bench reps isn't everything. But these are really the only two that we want to look at, right? So, good interview, 29 bench reps. Above average tackling. At defensive end, we stay in the 3-4. And here is average. Like, okay, 4th through 7th could be a pick. Defensive tackles. The same thing. Right, these 30 pluses. Above average, good, average, above average, average. Above average interview, great interview. So we've got a great interview here. 21 years old. 4.4 speed, like 4.444. That's linebacker speed to me. 4 bench reps is terrible. He doesn't know how to tackle. He just has a great interview. Here we have an above average interview, above average tackling, and good speed and 13 bench reps. These are the top bench reps, and they're not everything. They're not the end-all, be-all. Bad tackling, above average, above average, above average. Okay. So again, bad above average, no thank you. Below average, above average. I'm just sorting and going up through bench reps. This seems like a decent player, 21 years of age. Above average interview, above average tackling. To keep an eye on. Average is lower, above average. Good is better than the above average. 18 bench reps, 4.34 speed. Second, third rounder. Hugh Brown. Decent speed, high bench reps, good interview, good vertical. 22 years old. Brown might be a target. Right, going to the comments, says, so a defensive end, third corner, and a middle linebacker. That's right, Rochi Alter, thank you so much for putting that in the comments. 5'8" corner sounds concerning. It does, but we gotta play with what we got, right? We gotta play with what we got. And who was that guy? He was like 18. He was down here. So he was like further down on the list. Now remember, we're taking at the bottom of the first, which is like the top of the second. He might not even survive till our next pick. Brown to me sounds like a half decent selection. And then what else do we have? Above average, below average, average terrible. Above average with good bench reps. Was this better? I don't think so. Good, bad. Below average, good interview. 21, 6'1", 11 bench reps. Below average tackling. Could be better. He's rated better. Another guy named Rojas, 21 years old with a good interview. The 11 bench reps is not bad. The tackling is not what I want. Great bench rep, or not, great interview, but 4 bench reps is really bad with below average tackling. Ah, below average tackling. Oh. Above average, and then it becomes good. Right here is good and below average. 11 bench reps at 4.34 at 20. This could be a pick. Rojas can be a pick, I think, and Brown could be a pick. Rojas and Brown could definitely be selections here. Right? And then we definitely saw this pick. It's not the highest, but good interview and all of that. I know I'm hemming and hawing and we want to get through this draft. And like you said, defensive tackle, corner, and linebacker. Amazing with good Oh. Where do we go with the first rounder, guys? I'm kind of thinking the defensive end, right? I'm kind of thinking the defensive end. Everyone clapped for it. Now we go back to corners. Rojas is still on the board. Rojas might be our pick. That's why we like to do all that pre-scouting stuff. Rojas and Brown are still available. Middle linebackers. That's the other thing. Amazing interview. 6'3", age 22. Amazing interview with good tackling. Great tackling, good interview. More strength, right? Faster, 4.62 speed. Come on, headphones. This could be a real solid decision, right? 6'4", 4.62 speed, good interview, 27 bench reps, great tackling at a position that we need. This might be the decision. Pull the trigger. They like it. Do we still have one of our corners on the board that we wanted? I think the Brown was the other guy. Probably gone. Okay. Bunch of average. Good bench reps above average. This seems a lot better at age 21. Above average interview, 14 bench reps at 4.34 speed. 6'1". So he's already like 2 years into progression, the equivalent, and he still can't tackle. Where here we've got below average, but yeah, weaker. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna take cornerback position here, folks. Third round. All picks what they're looking at. It's tough. We took two of the positions that we needed. While we can sign free agents, we still might go after a corner. Yeah, we really don't need another outside linebacker. Yeah, we don't need another outside linebacker. We don't need an offensive lineman. A quarterback in the third round. It's not a terrible idea to look at. How about interviews? Below average, bad, terrible, average, below average, above average. Above average is the best interview we have, with above average strength and great accuracy. I mean, what's available, and we're going to need a quarterback eventually. Take a third rounder. Not saying he's our future guy, but just a quarterback. Taking a third stringer. You look at the board, we don't need the safeties, we don't need the linebackers, we already took the defensive line. I don't think we need the defensive tackle. The corner could be something, average interview, average across the boards, another corner. Above average at 21 with 15 reps. That could be the call. He's rated higher than the quarterback. The quarterback isn't going for a while. So we might pull the trigger on the corner. Right, the above average, 15 reps. 37-inch vertical, 21 years old. They clapped. And everybody clapped. And then the quarterback is obviously off the board. Which again is fine. I think we're better off. We'll probably be better off with the quarterback. Or with the cornerback than where we were. And then Denny said he liked more nice size for that speed, good strength, good speed on the quarterback French. Take the corner. Okay. Yeah, I think that was it. Guards, linebackers, ends, guards, safeties, linebackers. Maybe we're going to grab one of these linebackers or defensive tackles. We could use like an extra defensive tackle. Like we don't need a linebacker, especially with Wong and everyone. But you also try to take BPA, right? Is there anyone like bench reps are there? Average interview, not so great. Great and amazing pass and run block. Like just a backup. We already have the offensive lineman. We're not going to sign him. We're not going to be happy to sign him. Right? We're already so many defensive ends and offensive linemen. We already have plenty of them. We don't need more safeties. We could cut linebackers if we get a good one. Great tackling. It's these bench reps that are just trash from the outside linebacker position, right? Like we have a few, at least in like a respectable range. Below average, above average, great above average, great average. Right? Like we have this, which is a 4th to 7, which is Garcia. Was Garcia up here as a top pick? I don't see it. I don't see a top pick in Garcia. So, yeah, obviously he's not that great because this game still kind of has the players kind of sorted by overall. Right? Anything else? Safeties, the outsides, the defensive tackles, the tight end. We already have 3 tight ends. So average with great. Good is better. Above average is worse. And then there's the outside linebacker. And the further we go down the list, the worse it gets, right? 4th round. We already have our secondary. Corners? Above average, 6'1", 14 bench reps, 4.34 40 time, versus below average, no bench reps. Below average tackling at 23 is like, he'll never be a good tackler. Right? But the comparison is to bad. I think we might just go with the other corner. People applaud it. I don't think there was much more that we also, quote, need, as well as everything else. I don't even know if we're going to sign anyone that gets taken in these positions, right? Great tackling. At least this one has better bench reps at 18. Good tackling above average. Great tackling, above average interview. 23 bench reps at the middle linebacker position. We might go here because we're going to have 2 middle linebackers. We drafted one. We'll get another one. 23 bench reps, great tackler, above average. What's on the board? I think the mic. Nobody liked it. Okay, so we must have messed that one up. Yeah, sure, whatever, who cares? Who cares? $21 bench reps at a defensive end position. Yeah, who cares? Sign draft picks. Sign draft picks. Given the 5-year deal, we're at 10 mil. How do we do? A 75 overall. 86 strength. Nice acceleration. 61 tackle. 75 overall right in. Mike linebacker. 69 overall. Nothing special. 73 awareness. Corner. 68. And a 65. 92 speed. Roughly equivalent strength. Roughly equivalent awareness. And yet this guy is rated lower. Agility, acceleration. The catch rating I don't really care about. The tackle ratings. It is what it is. A 65 overall. Speed is trash. Yeah, the strengths are not that good. And a 47 overall. Great. $8 million with cap space going into free agency. I mean, I feel this is the one big difference with looking at 04 is that the salary cap room I think we're fine with, right? We're not sitting there with $200 million in cap space, right? Well, it's taking a long time for the computer to finalize it. And free agency. Randy Moss is available, folks. Randy Moss. One clap. Little shields. There's some players to go after. But really not at need for any specific position. Quarterback and backup halfback is what we need. Like, do we need Randy Moss? No, in fact, usually having 3 wide receivers relegates 1 to nothing because they don't even use them. We'll just eat the dead cap. 47 is trash. And 74 strength. We'll just eat the dead cap, folks. 4 left outside linebackers. So we've got 6 outside linebackers. How do we have a guy with 1 year? Oh, because he's towards the end of his career. Not his career, his contract. Okay. So, hey, our rookie was actually still an improvement. Right? And a 69 and a 65. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 corners is usually what you need. And remember, there's like a huge difference in overall. When you look at it, their awareness is so close. And it's just the kicking accuracy for a punter. How much accuracy do you really need versus the money? Whatever, we just have like a dead position out there. I don't think we need to spend money on anything. That's the thing, folks. Randy Moss is a big name. I think it's worth saving here. We can afford Randy. That's what's also kind of crazy. We can afford Randy. But I think it's just going to kill Driver, whoever ends up being the 3rd wide receiver. But we can't just go out there and just buy a team, right? So let's go one day. What's this going to put us at? 2.32. Okay. In the halfback market. Right, we need a backup. That's what's kind of disgusting. If we get outbid on Randy, we might go after these backup running backs. Randy Moss signs to our team. Yeah, we can't really afford these backup running backs too much. And that's okay with me. So let's set this up as well. So 80 and 83, because we already have number 80 here, so he's wearing 83, because he wore 3 in college. Some Valentine guy. So putting Moss in his Raiders 18. What do you think about that? Do we have anyone wearing 88? Yes, we do. We basically got 2 different guys wearing Randy Moss's numbers, like the college 88 with Marshall and all of that. So putting Moss in his Raiders 18 is what we're going to end up doing. Okay? Sound good? I think it's good. Since he's got a fade. I want to put some cornrows on Randy. Why don't we sim 25 days? We need a backup quarterback and we need a backup running back. And we have a little bit of cap space. Can't even afford some guys. Why don't we just bring Banks back? And what's the running back room look like? Musa Smith. So we bring Brad Banks back and Musa Smith. Can he not wear 32? I think we probably already have someone wearing that. So yeah, go back to the 48 like we had with Stephen Davis. Jonathan Wells is wearing 32, that's why. All right, so we're under $1 million in cap space. Reorder all. Start new season. I feel the sneeze bug coming along, but it's not here yet. Advance, schedule, advance, contract, rosters. Now let's do our own depth chart. So Moss and Johnson and Driver and Gaffney and Lloyd and Freddie Mitchell. Left tackle. Anderson, so why isn't McKinney? Chester Pitts is a 79. Okay, so they're saying I still have more awareness. Pass block and run block. So McKinney drops from an 88 to an 80 doing that. Where Fox would be an 82. Interesting. Interesting. Fox would be here. Baselli, Fox, Anderson 81. McKinney 79. Interesting. So what if we have him drop out? And we say, McKinney, take your full-on 88. And someone else could just get off of... What? No. Oh, because he's already the next backup. Okay. Cool. Left tackle. Fox, right? '81 and '81. Left tackle, right tackle. Fox is an 82. Yeah, I think that's what we want. He's better at that position. So let's go Anderson. And left guard. We're going to do Fox, Fox, Fox with Pitts backing up. Yeah, whatever. Come on, headphones. Defensive tackle City. Left outside linebackers. Sharper. Why are you taking Sharper off the board completely? The rookie. The other rookie. Malone. Okay. Let's see, was it worth starting Randy? Well, the preseason says we suck. What's the situation? Because we have some lacking of backup depth, right? Probable with Corey Dillon and then nothing after that. That's the other thing. You need so much running back depth. Don't you remember how often we saw like Stephen Davis and other guys, the second and third string running backs, taking carries? I think that's the other thing. We need to make sure that, at least in terms of simulation, that you've got like a stack of backs. You can't just be a feature back team, right? Where you really can't be. I don't see any injuries at the wide receiver position. Two more in ability, 3 more awareness. The accuracy is 1 extra point. So our starting tight end out for the season. Our free safety. This guy has been super injury prone for us. Super injury prone for us. It's always important to have depth. But yeah, super injury prone. Yeah, his injury rating is a 65, so you can't really complain about that. When he's good, he's really helpful. We're not going to really make any changes even if we have injuries, folks. We're just not checking on it so much. Yeah, almost need 4 running backs, says Denny. Yep, it's something for us to think about as we move forward in the other seasons. We're looking at 3-2, literally. Trading wins and losses. 3-3 into the bye. Very disappointing. Now we're 3-4. How much are we getting hit by injuries? How much is it the season? And Gary Walker is also seasoned. Right? And we got 2 weeks on that. Okay, so injuries definitely play a role. Can we salvage anything out of this year after a Super Bowl run? 3-5? Looks like we're toast. And one of the questions is, with all these losses racking up, I just want to see, again, the injury room. Is it just getting worse and worse? It's stacking up pretty much with Zweigert now gone. Even our backup running back here is hurt. Wilson Smith. With 8 weeks, yeah, he's pretty much out for the season. I want to see the stat book here. We're using all of our quarterbacks, folks. For one reason or another, we're down to third-string quarterbacks from time to time in the sim structure. Yeah, we're using Wells, 38 carries. Yeah, we're using 3 to 4 running backs deep. You need it. Receiving, Randy Moss is having a hell of a season. Donald Driver is just going to tank because they just don't use it. That's a big reason to not throw money at Randy Moss because it just kills everything else. I think we're going to back out and we're going to just learn that experience. That's what we were looking at. Regardless of how good Randy is having an 1,100-yard season, it's just why would you spend that money when you're not going to use the 3 wide receivers? God, my headphones, why is up with the jack that it just keeps popping out? So that tells us a whole bunch of information in terms of us with the cap that we really need to emphasize paying backs instead. So let them get money on the market. I don't know who this is. He doesn't have anything special. It's the break tackle. It's the break tackle. At 4 years pro, 26 years old, the awareness really isn't there for anyone. Catch, carry, it's just not that special. It's that break tackle. Sure, let's outbid you. They sign him. And yes, this is not the Larry Johnson that we all know. 86 speed, more strength, less awareness and agility. The carry is 4 points higher. The break tackle is so-so. Let's try to outbid Kansas City. Is considering a better offer with the Jets that we literally outpaid the other position for. The Jets are probably hating us. I'm sure that Bryce guy or whatever was wearing 49 with them. He lost 3 points in progression, huh? Yeah, these guys lost 3 points in progression, lost 2 points, lost 5 points. I like that a lot better. 41, 27, 32. Where did Randy go? To Denver, huh? Offer Mark Bulger some money to be a backup for us. How important that position is. Then this way we can actually afford... We don't even need Randy Moss. We can afford a backup with the injuries that happen, and we've got depth at the running back room. And Boulder doesn't even really want to sign with us. He's like, no one else is offering me any money, I guess I'll take it. We've got more cap room, and I think a better roster. Start the new season all over again. Yeah, good, good, good. The wide receiver room is what it is. Yeah. So this is where we want McKinney to start. And Pitts could be the backup there, as Anderson is going to take that job. And Pitts can be that backup all around. Baselli, Fox, Anderson, McKinney, Schweigert, Pitts. Yeah. Gordon. Yeah. It wasn't Fox? Yeah, that's what it was. This was going to be Anderson. Says he can't start in 2 places. Okay. I thought I already did the change. Oh, I made the change in the wrong spot like an idiot. Okay. There we go. Baselli, Fox, McKinney, Schweigert, Anderson with Pitts, Pitts in a lot of positions. Okay. And then Sharper. Yeah. All right. Well, welcome back when you come back, Denny. Yeah, I think we just continue to prove that going 3 wide receivers deep is a waste of your time and money. And having the better depth here, we're also getting wins in preseason, right? Where we've got backup running backs still with talent, backup quarterbacks with talent. The fact that we went multiple quarterbacks deep, it's really important. We can't just be like starter heavy, top heavy as an organization. And so what are we ranked as an 87 overall group, folks? This might be one of our best teams, right? Offense is an 88, defense is an 86. This might be one of our best teams, at least tied. We might have been 87 last year. Spending the money on the running backs and the backup quarterback versus spending on Randy Moss is the better choice. Get the loss. David Carr, 23 of 37, 2-2. Corey Dillon, 3.2 yards per carry. Right? And the tight end is who's getting targeted. Three away games in a row. Got the W. David Carr, 20 of 30, 3 touchdowns and a pick. Corey Dillon, 3.3 yards per carry. Driver and Johnson got their targets. At the Bears. Get another W. $18 of 33, 3 touchdowns and no picks. Corey Dillon, still not doing much. A 27 or 25 to 7. Dillon got the only score, punched it in early, and we had nothing else. Carr with an interception and not much else. Dillon wasn't even the main runner, it was Bryce, and that's why we needed backup running backs. Because for whatever reason, Bryce ended up with the 17 carries. Okay. Bengals There's nothing we're going to trade for, right? A win. 3-2 record. 28-23. Dylan gets a run against his former team. Carr, a touchdown, no interceptions. Dylan, 4.1 yards per carry. And Bryce, again, getting half the carries there. 16 and 16, huh? The depth at the running back position is vital. We got the Vikings coming up, and we haven't even checked the injury report. And we have our center out for the season. And we've got a safety out for the season. And yeah, it's just the injury bug affects everyone, which is also why it's important to have depth and not just be top heavy. So, simulate the game. Yep. 26-23. The only thing that we can hope for is that we know all teams suffer the injury bug. And there you go. Mark Bulger had to come in for 27 attempts. Right? David Carr got his 16 off. They both threw interceptions in a victory. But it was Bulger that had to come in and fill in with 27 pass attempts. Right? Again, the need for depth. So important. (26-6), folks. Carr healthy, 37 pass attempts, no tutties. With all the targets that we have, no tutties. Dylan, 3.5 yards per carry, and then other people had opportunities. And another loss. So 4-4 on the year. David Carr, 3 interceptions. He just cannot stop turning the football over. 36 attempts. Dylan still carrying the load. Racking up another L. You know, losing that safety, I'm sure, makes a big difference, not having the depth at the other safety position. Rojas must have been injured for at least a certain amount of time. We are on the 3-4 defense, so we're fine with that. We have a losing season, and it keeps racking up at 4-6. We just were not meant to be this year, apparently. Carr, 2 touchdowns in a loss. Corey Dillon, just 2.9 yards per carry. The sim, even the game does not like to simulate running the football very well, does it? Denny, we got your Steelers, and we beat your Steelers 21-18. Unrealistic, right? And it looks like it was the field goal show. Houston field goal, 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 Houston field goal. And then overtime, Houston field goal. Hey, your defense kept us out of the end zone. 23 of 40, 57%. Corey Dillon, 34 attempts, 4.1 yards per carry. Donald Driver, Gaffney, and others with targets. Hell of a ball game, Denny. Overtime game. Kicking like the Rockettes. 5-6, and your Steelers are 2-9, huh? They did not go down without a fight. A win, 16-10, keeps our season at 6-6. David Carr, 3 interception city. Dylan, 3.8 yards per carry. Like, we pretty much have to win out. It's not looking pretty for us. Especially in the Division 3 games behind the Jaguars. We're pretty much cooked. That'll do it. Having a losing record. Carr, 2 picks. And a loss 24-21. And we're trying to stave off a losing season. And we cannot. So, Asuka, I gotta check the comments. Asuka's not even here. How about this Joe Barry defense? Our losing season. This is your opportunity. And a win against your Packers, though. We beat Denny's Steelers and Asuka's Packers. (27 of 44), 3 interceptions. Corey Dillon here. A losing season all around. Opponent's record was a winning record against us. 108-100. Brian Black equals Jordan Love. Doesn't he equal Aaron Rodgers? Doesn't he equal Aaron Rodgers? He's the one that follows him up, right? There's your 16-14 win against the Lions at home. Brian Black, 10 of 16, 62%. And again, you see the need of the backup quarterback, right? Robbie Banks, this game just says you need multiple running backs, you need multiple quarterbacks. You never know which game they're going to ask you to do it. Oh, in terms of performance. Got you. Simulate game. The loss. Take the L. Hasselback. There's your Brian Black. Brian back in black. Ravens, Patriots. Giants, Sea Chickens. So you've got Butler did it. Are they going to run the ball in the game? What's it going to be? Where are them Packers? 82 overall. 80 awareness. 90 and 88. Here's what your quarterback looks like. Super generic. Black wristband, white wristband, generic 2-bar, super generic face, super generic look. (27-3) instead of 28-3, huh? Obviously that would be a Falcons reference instead, but yeah, there you go. Advancing to the owner mode. Hey, this is the first time going negative in Asuka. Let's go. We actually go negative. Unlike Madden 08, where you just do nothing and then make all of that, right? Minus 9 mil. Staff salaries. Right? Expenses. Player salaries, staff salaries. We didn't have a fan appreciation day or anything, right? Having a losing season loses us money. Gonna have to advertise and mess with things. Shared revenue 90 mil in year 6. Schedule retired players. Derek Brooks, Rodney Harrison, Drew Bledsoe, Ted Washington, Priest Holmes, Dexter Coakley. You can read the names on the screen. Donnie Abraham never leaves the Jets. Coleman is gone now as well. Re-signing players. So again, I don't see it as a holdout so much as I see it as renegotiations. And can we go to rosters? Trade block, trade player. Is there a team that has like no guard? The Broncos have no guard. The Browns, they've got a 79 though. They've got an 84. They have a lot. Cardinals 63, 71. Arizona might be willing to give me something. So give me a 5th. We'll put the Texans below the number of guards. Cannot be traded while holding for a better contract. Okay. That's pretty fucking stupid. Okay. Fine. Here is your deal. We're gonna have to probably take a cap hit, right? Trade player. Are we gonna take a cap hit? Is the best thing to do to just cut the player, right? Cardinals. Cap penalty is 1.84. I'll put below the guards. I've accepted your trade. Proceed. Cap penalty is nothing. So they basically, we just signed him to a deal to give to the other football team. Right? Is that how this needs to work? Is that injury prone safety that while we really like him a lot, he's on a holdout. So let's just pretend he's demanding a trade. And we're like, yeah, well, I mean, you're nice and all, and I don't know. We gave him the money that he wants, I don't know, but Chester Pitts had to go. That was for sure. Left tackle Fox, you can have the money that you want. 24 mil. Andre Johnson, whatever, bro, you can have it. Right, wide receivers, bye. Goodbye, my Valentine. You helped our franchise out for a little while, and now you're gone. You want a 4-year deal? Perfect, you got it. Wong, be our backup. Am I White or am I Wong? And that's our cornerback room at this point. So what the league is turning into. Release them. Oh, right, it says, how's the fullback situation looking? Well, I think it was having the all-32 team league was the issue. Right? And letting the computer handle everything for all 32 teams. We can take a look at it, though, for sure. There's the meme aspect, and there's like, okay, but seriously, we should look at it. Hello, Amor! My jacket. Thank you so much, baby. Obviously we have our fullback, but we need to go to all teams. Free agents. There are 4 free agents. Now, I don't know what the situation is and how many are going to be available later. Ricky Williams is available. So, NFL, 1 per team, 2 on a team, and the Colts are in the situation they're at. There's 2 that are needed, and there's some with 2 on a team. 2 are in need. That's our fullback situation. So one other thing you remembered about Madden 08 is computer teams always sign free agents to 3-year contracts. Does this happen in 04 too? I don't know. That is knowledge I do not have. Mark Bulger dropping off the face of the earth. Are the running backs falling off the face of the earth to get paid a whole bunch of money to be nothing? Donald Driver dropping off. So we had a losing season. Are we like getting cooked in awareness with that losing season? I mean, some of it is age. But I think we're getting cooked in awareness as well, right? 62, you got cooked. It might be the same issue to some degree, folks. Not completely, but it might be to some degree. Interesting. Try looking at the Patriots' progression, okay? Minus ones, plus ones, minus twos. Oh no, I'm not looking at the wrong thing, I was looking at strength. Zeros, ones, threes, twos, minus ones, ones, threes, twos, ones, twos, minus ones. 6, but he's also young. Minus 2s, minus 3s, minus 4s. It might be all over the place, right? Minus 4 for a 25-year-old. Someone got 8. A fullback got 8 awareness up to 99. A 5 for a defensive end. A 7 for the kicker. A 7 for a wide receiver at age 23. A 9 here. Oh, for a punter though. A 5 for a fullback. Minus 1s, 2s, 3s, minus 1s. Another 9, this one a punter. Let's flip it on the other side. A minus 7 for a tight end is 28. A minus 3, a minus 5. A minus 8 for a 27-year-old tight end. I think a lot of it has to do with the playing time. Again, not developing backups, right? Alright, we've got pick 11. We've got a room full of positions. We need a wide receiver. Right tackle, a free safety. We just signed our free safety. It's a left outside linebacker with average, good, whatever. Defensive end with great and good. The tight ends on the board. Average, whatever, whatever, whatever. Good run power, great hands, above average. Worse hands, worse everything except for bench reps. Got a better vertical. Could be the tight end because it's just hard to find tight ends. Not necessarily the best on the board. Right tackle, don't care. Strong safety, we just don't need this guy. Could be very good, we just don't need him. Good, great. Bench reps, whatever. 6'3" at age 23. Comments in the comment section says the progression here seems to be tied into player performance as opposed to the team. Right? Yeah, I would think so. I think the tight end is the call. They don't like it, fuck you. So just good, good, great, good. I don't. $77 overall. $78 overall. $69 overall. Not that I don't care about the other positions, but I'm feeling burnt out. I like this music. It has been the second audio here. Sources, display capture. I had rock music, instrumental, electric guitar, and this one is blues meets heavy metal, intense instrumental music with all of that. I think it's just been good. It was like a 47-minute and 59-minute audio. think it's been pretty solid background across the board. Right, just a good, chill, relaxing vibe to it. We've got a defensive tackle, and we've got Andre Carter, and we've got Ricky Williams, the obvious position to go after. 6 mil on the board. Edgerrin James flopping around from different teams. Larry Allen is available, 94 strength. I mean, there's the defensive end, which is always really good. I think Ricky Williams is the obvious decision. Coming to Texas. If we can get him to agree. And we can't afford him so far. Now we can. And he signs the deal. Who is wearing 34 on our team now? Some corner. Wide receivers and corners, huh? I don't know how much we're going to get punished in salary cap next year with some of the cuts. Well, we actually have these cuts, and we end up having more cap right now, and I don't know how much the cap carries over. Look at our team. We've got a 96 overall halfback, a 95, and 95. Like, we have weapons. We've got a starting quarterback. We've got a star running back with some backups. We've got 2 top receivers to throw to. We've got a young tight end to start for us. We've got protection at multiple positions. The best we've really been able to do in general. I think we're doing a fine job based on what's available. And this is not our best team. We've had a better team on our damn near Super Bowl run. But I also don't think there's very much that we've overlooked that we could have done better at either. So Baselli is still losing or starting the other position. Baselli, you're our starter. Fine. Yeah, fine, across the board. Gary Walker, no, you're our starter. Yeah, lacks strength. I'm not ignoring the chat. I'm going to get there in just a moment. All right. Checking the chat. Said he had to step away to make dinner. Picking Discord. Awesome. Did you miss anything? Not a lot. I think we've suffered from injury bugs. I think we've done what we can. Ricky Williams is who we signed as our big money halfback to try to take us to a Super Bowl. The best halfback we've had in terms of overall rating. I really love Corey Dillon as a running back. But it's like, as far as an offense goes, obviously, first thing, this is a test. This is a test of the emergency broadcast system, right? This is only a test. To see what the future looks like. The other thing is, this is obviously, in my opinion, the David Carr franchise more than it is the Texans franchise, right? The idea is get weapons for him, get protection around him, build him a defense, like build the team around the first round pick. Obviously Madden 2003 is the ultimate thing, right? Start when he's actually a rookie and he's your first round pick. But Madden 04 is your number 2, right? And you start the year with the advantage of having Andre Johnson, who ends up becoming just the elite guy that we all thought he would be. He was not a bust. He was exactly the elite weapon. So it's the Andre Johnson and David Carr franchise, right? Getting him the weapons, like another tight end, or not another, getting a starting tight end, which we've been sitting around 81 overall tight ends, whatever. It's like 15th in the league, and we've got another one. He doesn't have the speed, but for whatever reason, they've got him as a decent player here. 61 run block. What's the catch? 87 catch. Right? Is he a speed demon? No, he isn't. But Joe Peru came in as a young man, rookie in this game. Billy Miller was like an 81, and then Joe Brew came in, and he was our guy for a while. And now as a 77 overall, he's got competition here with the young tight end at 77. So we've constantly had a target for our quarterback. We've had opportunities to give Carr a number 3 receiver that he doesn't really use. We've given him the likes of Isaac Bruce and Donald Driver and other opportunities. When we gave him Randy Moss, he just ignored other guys, right? We've given him running backs. And our best year, Corey Dillon, the first year with him, almost took us to the Super Bowl, and we've fallen short. So we hope Ricky is going to be what it takes to go over the top with Dillon backing him up. Offensively, we've really stuck with Tony Baselli as our left tackle, as our anchor. Fox has taken over Chester Pitt's role as a guard. McKinney has remained an 89 overall center for us year in and year out, 88, 87, 89, whatever overall. Our young Anderson has constantly been a very good right tackle for us and a very good draft pick for us. Schweigert's been to multiple Pro Bowls, regardless of his overall rating not being excellent. I think we've done a decent job with the offensive line, like nothing that we really wanted to replace. If anything, I'm kind of disappointed that Anderson hasn't progressed more and more, even though he's playing out of position. That 91 strength, the awareness is not really shooting up. He's not going to get a whole bunch more pass block. He's only already at 98 and 94 run block. But it's yeah, you've got him like a pass blocker for David Carr, right? 92 pass block, right? 89 or 98 run block, 84. I was kind of hoping this would get a little bit better. 90s pass block. Carr's interceptions and lack of performance, right? You can't blame us for 23 interceptions. I don't even see a sack rating. I don't know how he's been in terms of protection. But what more could we want? He's got people to hand the ball off to. We've got run blockers. We've got targets to throw to. We've got a line. Defensively, Gary Walker has been fantastic. We've had good success at the opposite defensive end. Our defensive tackle has been an excellent player. 89 awareness, 84 strength. I don't care. He's almost at 10 sacks as a nose tackle. As a freaking nose tackle, folks. Linebacker position. We found youth and skill across the board. 91, 90, 88. What more do you want at the linebacker position? We had our aging corners finally start to retire here at the end. So now our team on paper is probably worse because we're obviously out of Coleman and Glenn. Our secondary is really good as long as we can stay healthy. And Rhodes here should be our other safety here in case there's more injuries at Bayless. Skip Jeremy Bayless, right? So what more do we want? We've got 99 punt returners. We've had excellent punt return ability, at least on paper. I don't know what else we're supposed to do as far as being a football team. Injury bug. We were on the doorstep of a Super Bowl. We failed to cross through. And then we had a losing season. And we can blame a lot of that to injuries. So I think that's a good review so far. Five weeks by a receiver, and then our starting center is out for 3 weeks. We've got aged players here, so there's not much progression that we could ask for, but 77 didn't get any skill. That sucks. I mean, he got something. He'd have gotten something. He got +1 injury resistance, whatever. An 80 overall, more awareness, more tackling ability. Okay. How were we ranked, folks? Denny, we have our highest rated team ranking to date, an 89 overall on paper with a 91 offense, and that has got to do a lot with getting Ricky Williams on the team. On paper, it's the best team we have put together, and we're going to be up against some salary cap penalties, many penalties. I don't know how we're going to afford this team going into next year. If this is the push for a Super Bowl, I don't know what is. If this isn't the push, I don't know what is. 30-9 to start the year versus the 49ers at home. Fans have got to be happy. Ranked better than the Colts, 1 point even better than their offense, or than their defense. In a loss. I've got a big cough and sneeze coming up. I'm going to step away for a moment. Okay, so we're back. 4.1 yards per carry, Ricky Williams. The rare opportunity to get it done on the ground, folks. In a loss, by the way. 4 weeks, the 2 weeks, and Fox also the 2 weeks, injuries. (24-10) lost, and the Jags are 3-0. David Carr, just 95 overall, lots of weapons. What more are we supposed to do in terms of giving him opportunities to be an elite quarterback? 4.4 yards per carry on the ground. Those weapons. 106 yards to Johnson. What more do they want? Ricky Williams catching the ball. Donald Driver with a whopping 1 catch. (37-20). That's more like it, folks. 11 of 23, 2 touchdowns. 4.2 yards per carry on the ground. Donald Driver leading with only 4 catches. And we're 2-2. As we're pretty much going to be better than maybe every team on the schedule. We are rated as an 89 overall team. Now, obviously the offense is carrying a lot of that. But on paper, we are better than the entire league. So let's just run it. Injuries be damned. It is what it is. 21, 41-6, 28-21. Bye week is 5-2. Get a loss. So 7-3. 9-3. Maybe we're staying healthy. 10-3. 10-4. 11-4. 11-5. Injury report. Sure, what's been added? I don't know what could have possibly been added. So our corner is hurt. Driver is out for 3 weeks, but he could make it. Probable is David Carr. We're going to have... We're 11-5, and we can't even win the division. We can't... Wow. I mean, it doesn't matter to save. We don't really want to save scum. But here we are. And team schedule, we lost to the Colts 23-17, and we lost to the Colts 27-24. We fall to the Colts twice in a row, and we've got to play them in a back-to-back game, folks. Do we get swept? We do not. We pull a Jets. Jets got swept by the Patriots in the regular season and then got the playoff victory. So, we make the divisional round. We're equally rated to Denver. Our offense is better than their defense. Their offense is better than our defense. Their special teams is better. We wreck them 53-17 and go to the championship game. And they have Randy Moss. And they're the ones with Randy Moss that we said no to. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. Ricky Williams, 5 yards per carry. We're in the championship game against New England, folks. Injury report. Andre Johnson is out. Donald Driver is out. We have no weapons, and we've got a probable Pro Bowl quarterback. So we don't even have our targets. And we lose. Yeah, we don't have our weapons. Not much to complain about there. Just got the injury bug in that big-time victory. 2 interceptions. 6.1 yards per carry, but only on 9 attempts. Corey Dillon had to come in and take 7 more attempts. And it was just, that's it. We lose a championship game. And Patriots take home a back-to-back Super Bowl trophy. And advance. There it is, folks. We have built a team that has made championship runs. Not Super Bowl runs, but conference championship runs. And the injury bug gets us again. And now we're in the net positive. Shared revenue, 94 mil. So we're not like in like billionaire football team. Dick Vermeil has retired from the Vikings. Dick LeBeau is retired from Kansas City. Okay. Lots of retirements. We need a defensive coordinator. So let's go with Knox, or yeah, let's go with Knox. We need an offensive coordinator. We need special teams. says, it was that 50-point outburst. Backs were pulled, high ankles were sprained, fingernails were broke, knees were bit. Are you sure you want to advance to the off-season? Sure it is. Ain't even upset. As a GM, we're putting out there what we can. Retirements, 36 years of age, 37 years of age. Donald Driver hangs it up. We don't have to keep paying him. Corey Dillon, we don't have to keep paying him. David Garrard, we don't have to keep paying him, obviously. Re-signed players. Schweigert keeps holding out for deals. And he's worth paying as he continues to be a solid football player for us. And the fullback position is what it is. We've got $10 million in cap penalties, and I do not mind or regret it for a second. It says we can afford it at $35 million in the cap space, and we don't care about the other positions. Goodbye. Too bad, so sad. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Joe Brew, goodbye. He gone, in the words of Dine Chies. He gone. Right? That's what you want. That's what you get. That's what you want. That's what you get. He gone. You want a 2-year deal? You got a 2-year deal. You want a 3-year deal? You got a 3-year deal. You want that 2-year deal? You want that 3-year deal? And then a bunch of, he gone. $16 million, some holes to fill, draft picks to take, cap penalties we're eating, progressions, regressions, retirements. I don't think we're making any big time mistakes. BPA, folks, BPA. Do we need tight end even if he's amazing? I don't think so. Great hands, above average interview, whatever. Free safety, just BPA, folks, BPA. Like amazing and good with a bad interview? No. Great interview, good tackling, 23 years of age, fullback, no. These first, second rounders. Let's work our way up. It's amazing and good at defensive tackle. 27 reps at 23 years old. 23 years old. Defensive tackle. Good interview, 33 reps, amazing tackling. Probably a decision right here. I guess let me get my fat face off the screen. Especially blocking everything. Right? Ernie Sparks, good interview, 33 bench reps. He's 23 years old, amazing tackling. So let's type in the name Sparks. DT. What else? Yep. Above average interview, all that, amazing blocking, whatever. Left tackle. Really don't need left tackle. Great interview at 21 years of age. Run blocking left tackle with great, good, 23 reps. A right end with all the averageness. The fullback, the hard-hitting safety. Right tackle, the coverage safety, the tight end. Really, we went through all of that. Sparks seems like the best choice. What do the fans think? Let's go to the audio. Let's get the mixer up and running. Let's turn it up, folks. turn up the volume on my computer. They like the pick. I like the pick. Alright, it says second and third round, which is where we're looking at. So those are all choices here. It's a lot of choices here. It goes really deep, doesn't it? Okay. Well, we don't need to dive that low down the board, do we? Free safeties, left tackles, free safeties, left tackles, ignore all that crap. Above average, good, good. At 23. Future quarterback, bad interview with great, great. Great run power, above average, whatever. Good, great, above average, centers, guards. Like, we could use offensive linemen. I know that we've got our two centers. So, specifically center. Oh, you just have another center and then make him your guard. And that's what we're already doing. But we have to have positions, right? We need to solve the halfback situation in free agency with whatever money we have. We need a left guard, a right guard, and we need some tackles. Yeah, where the draft seems like it's top heavy is in positions that we don't need. Right, that's what it looks like. Guards and right tackle, really. Below average, good, and above averages. Ugh. Great, terrible, above average. Ugh. Great interview, whatever. Cornerback, good interview, terrible tackling, not much of a bench rep. A right tackle, average, amazing, above average. 32 bench rep is nice. 23 is not nice for above average pass blocking. Average interview. Above average, and 15 bench reps. Right? If I can type in here, we can say Pratt. Not that he's specifically good, but 15 bench reps above average at the cornerback position, 5'11" at age 21. This guy's a lot faster, but he's got a bad interview. Just kind of look at the corner situation. It's something that, how desperate is our corner situation? It's not that desperate. Right, and we've got young guys that are improving, so yeah, no, forget Pratt. Feels like I have the memory of a fly. Yeah, the safeties are locked up. A linebacker isn't terrible, but with the mic and all of that situation, I think we're fine here. I mean, technically we don't need any linebackers, right? A third defensive tackle would be nice. Yeah, a third defensive tackle would be nice. Isn't that what we took? That's what we took, right? Sparks a defensive tackle, so we don't need that. Do we need anyone on defense? I don't like to just ignore the defense completely, but I think we kind of just do ignore the defense, right? We need 2 guards and 2 tackles. Tight end, receiver room. Yeah, we're stuck in a world where the depth of the positions are all where we don't need them. Hands. Amazing. Amazing! A 6'7" wide receiver. A 6'7" wide receiver. Alright, what's the hand situation? Below average, average, average. Great hands, bad interview. Good hands, above average. Amazing average. Just very like, ugh. 4.23 speed at 6'7". Average hands, above average interview. 36-inch vertical. You get Kennedy. You see how bad Kennedy is? Fourth to seventh round as their second round pick. I don't think we draft that high, but it's worth thinking about that player. We need right tackles, not left tackles. Like good, great, 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 good. Here are the bench reppers. Above average, amazing, great. Above average. So Kirkland. And what position is he? Left tackle? Come on. What do I have to do with these headphones to keep them plugged in? Kirkland. Left tackle. Second to third round. He's right up there. That's probably the pick. Great, great, above average. Great, great, good. That's better. So pin is better. Pin right guard, right? So pin is second to fourth. Pin is much further down on that list, right? So Kennedy and Kirkland, right? When we go through the list. How low is Kirkland down here? He's way down here, huh? They're gonna just shit on us for going that far down the board, huh? Whatever. You hate it? I don't care. Yeah, Kirkland is just gone. They just wrecked wide receivers. Right? They hate our draft. And I don't care. Fuck you, double middle fingers. $75 overall. $65 overall for Kirkland. $65 overall. 90 strength. $81.86. 50 awareness. 50 awareness is where they lied to us pretty badly. 62 overall. 58 overall. 93 strength. 64 awareness. 64 pass block. So bad, huh? The quarterback that we let them draft for us. Cut the remaining. Whatever. I want to know about this Kennedy wide receiver. Well, this is taking a long time. What's going on with the audio? It says, oh, pause because I haven't been doing something for a while. Okay, cool, thanks. $64 and $70. $90 strength, 51 awareness. I think he's a lot better than his 65 overall, but whatever. So it was Kennedy at wide receiver. He didn't get cut, so NFL, young wide receivers, rookie, 6'7", Kennedy, a 62 overall, folks, 99 speed. .62 overall, 53 awareness. 79 acceleration, 60 catch. Right? 60 catch, folks. That's the issue. Like, I'm glad we picked whatever we picked. Right? We went Kirkland at left tackle. Right? That's what we did. We got a 65 overall. With decent abilities instead of Kennedy. So I still say we won that draft pick. Quarterback, halfback room, fullback room, wide receiver room. Don't need the safety spot. McKenzie, could throw some money at him. We can afford to throw money at McKenzie. We know that Denny wants Warren Sapp so badly. Gotta get Warren Sapp, man. Randall L. Whatever it is, we can afford it. .73 speed. .78 speed. Whatever, game. You want Tony Baselli to play right tackle so fucking bad you can have it. Why do you shit on Sharper so hard? And yet, Denny, we're even better. We're a 90. I thought we got worse, folks. I thought we got worse. Not enough tight ends. Thought we had enough tight ends. Can you believe that? Too few guards? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Three left tackles and a right tackle. Guards? Oh my god. Oh my god. What do we need? 3 quarterbacks, 3 halfbacks, a fullback, 5 wide receivers, 3 tight ends, 4 there. 2, we got 5 defensive ends, we can cut a defensive end. And we can cut a corner. We can cut a corner and a defensive end. To save money. There we go, unmuted. 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90 without injuries. How are we so stacked? Well, I thought we got worse. 96 quarterback, whatever at backups. Whatever at backups, which is going to hurt us, should hurt us. We don't even have a number 2 wide receiver. Right? We're like worse at the wide receiver position. I guess our tight end got better. I guess our D-line got better with this Jeff Anderson guy. And I guess we're just generally better at the linebacker position. We got better at corner, right? We lack the depth, but we're very top-end heavy. And I think that lack of depth is showing in our preseason schedule. Got even better at the starting tight end position. Yeah, Anderson has been a hell of a pick for us, right? It's pick 29. This guy's been a hell of a pick for us for all these years. Or was he taken second? 13 in the second round. Denver. Denver is the big time football game, folks. We've built a 90 overall football team together. We've built a team that on paper rivals that Packers team. We begin with a 30-10 victory. And again, what are we going to do unless there's just some massive injuries that we have to make a re-signing? And we start 3-0 with a bye. Crushing the opposition, 4-0. 5-0. Close game versus the Jags. Undefeated at 6-0. First loss. The on-paper champions are now 6-2, 7-2, 8-2. 32-29 loss, 8-3. Now we're stacking up losses instead of W's. Back to our winning ways. Might have been injuries across the board. And here's the game of the year on our schedule, folks. Denver's at 11-3, and we're at 10-4, and we're on the road. And we lose it. David Carr with an interception, and Boss Bryant is the boss here. 3 touchdowns. Ricky Williams, 4.9 yards per carry. and 5. Dante Stallworth, a bunch of information. And in the AFC, we have the number 2 seed, folks. First round bye. You got to give them credit. The other teams are 88, 87 overall. They're able to maintain a team. 88, 85. 86, 87 overalls. Do we bust out in our first game? What even does our injury situation look like? Westbrook out for season. Cornerback out for season. Center, or not center, the guard out for season. Walker out for a week. We move on to our 3rd championship game in a row. I believe it's our 3rd in a row. David Carr, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Ricky Williams, 3.8 yards per carry. Another championship game, folks, and we're not playing against Denver. Denver lost to the Chargers, so no rematch in the books. Bears are going to the Super Bowl. How about that, Asuka? Asuka's been AFK for a while, lurky turkey. Chargers, Texans. On paper, we're better. What does the injury report look like for us right here? Gary Walker is doubtful. The Chargers are fully healthy. Fuck me. And we're in the Super Bowl, folks. 3rd time was the charm. 13-5 across the board. Is this where we get it? It is! Count it! In the books, folks. They got it, folks. It took us how many years to truly raise the trophy? Franchise year number 8. Lifting the trophy. Let's go. Holdman. Interception return. Chicago touchdown. From Grossman. The 14-point lead. The 21-point lead from Grossman. We spotted them 21 points before Johnson gets a pass from Carr. Field goal. They match our field goal. Ricky Williams gets in the end zone. Boston, pass from Carr. Chicago field goal. Williams, 3-yard touchdown run to take the late lead and to seal the deal in the Super Bowl. David Carr with the most David Carr Super Bowl ever. 2 touchdowns, 2 picks, 150 yards. God damn it. Ricky Williams, 5 yards per carry. Ricky Williams has been the reason we've been able to do something. The running back in the running back league. Andre Johnson, the whopping 4 catches. Just as many as Ricky Williams. Got the W, folks. Hell yeah, Paul, says Asuka. Champions, says Denny. Thank you for beating the Bears in the Super Bowl. Thank you, the simulation, for doing it. Advanced to owner mode. 8 years in. Our best team ever. Grew every single year. Got that ring. Back to back to back championship games. Over the hump. Did something the real life Texans have never done before. Rams have relocated, and we have plenty of net income. Is retired from the Cardinals, retired from the Skins, retired from the Chargers, from the NFL, from the Panthers, from the Titans. We need a head coach. Everyone's just trying to hire a head coach. Fuck you guys. He just does not want to extend, huh? He wins a ring and all of that, and other teams are like, no, we want your guy. Good Lord. Good Lord. Lordy, Lordy. So you're keeping track of shared revenue. Very good, Asuka. 97 mil. These headphones are getting a little tight on my head. I got a giant head. Standard headphones do not like to fit on my head. 2 years left on this deal, so we've got nothing else to worry about. No masseuses were assaulted or had to be paid off with that title. I think it's cool that the CPU relocated the Rams to Boston. That's interesting, yeah. You're sure you want to advance? Yes. It's the first relocation that I know of, am aware of. I don't even know how we would go about. Oh yeah, there's a relocation feature. Retired players, NFL. Strahan hangs it up at age 39. I mean, players stay good. The Vipers. That's because they're now the Rams are now the Vipers, huh? That sucks. This is now the Rams. Ugh, fuck you. And they don't even have a logo on the side of their helmet. They don't even use the logo. Oh, get the fuck out of here. You don't even use your logo? Ugh. You say you like it, I hate it. Of course, I'm sure you didn't know about that at the time. David Boston retires, Mark Bolger the backup, and Brian Westbrook all retire. Okay. Absolutely. Boston Vipers, I mean, come on. Like, it's the most obvious choice, right? It's a cool name, though? Yeah, it's fine. It's better than the fucking Pelicans for basketball. I thought that name was a joke when I heard it. Linebacker wants money. Sure, you can have all the money you need. You just got your free agent deal and then you want to extend it. Okay, cool. The cap penalty situation is taken care of. Now we're only $500K in the cap penalty room. And we still have all these years with Tony Baselli, age 39. He's not even going to make it to the end of that deal. It should be his last year. I don't think there's any dead cap carryover, which kind of sucks. I mean, we don't get burnt on the deal. We're not going to really be able to afford our rookies so much, or much money otherwise. 3.49 million. I don't know. Have we been keeping track of what the team salary is? Right? 1.31 mil. Not 1 point. 131.31 mil. I think we might take a look at that in just a moment. We're going to save it. Yes, save. 131 mil. Team salary. Well, there you go. Team salary is 61 mil in year number 1 for the Packers. Right? There you go. I don't have the calculator saved as pinned on my dashboard, do I? No. So 61.17 plus 13.83, 13.83 is 75 mil to work with. And that should be the same there, right? So we get 75 to work with. So the cap goes up. The cap definitely goes up, but so do their salaries. So that's an advantage over Madden 08. The cap and the cost of those players go up because we're still relatively hard against that cap. All right, below averages and above averages and greats and above averages and greats and goods and amazing, amazing and average might be the pick, but we don't need a center. And they're both centers. Lots of really good centers. And the inability to move them to guard positions, like officially. You have to hire more guards. You can't just draft like a center, right? I can't just take one of these guys with amazing, amazing average 33, age 21, 6'7", and just say you're a guard, right, from Alabama. You can't just make him a guard. Great and good interview. All these fullbacks, run-stopping defensive end. 24 reps, good interview, amazing tackling, run-stopping defensive end. High on the board with Gary Walker getting old. Nobody liked the pick, apparently. Good average, good amazing average. Good amazing average, above average, great above average. All these good, good, goods. Average, great. Interview. Good, great, above average. Great, above average, good, average. I mean, I'm not expecting amazing, but... Great average, above average, terrible. Good, great, good, low strength, amazing average. Pretty low on this list so far. I mean, there's a lot of needs, but also not a lot of needs. Defensive tackle and corner. Just good, good, good. And I took a defensive end. Below average and good. Above average, average. What's the best interview? Below, below, above, below. Terrible, below, above. Average. Below, above, below. So an above, without the strength. Average tackling, 5'9". 5'11". He's fast, he's whatever. Whatever. And whatever, I don't care. I mean, like, building the future and building the draft, like, I should care, but I don't! Check the computer team salaries. Okay, lots to look through. Holy shit. Okay, Asuka says, Denny, yeah, Boston. Asuka says, Boston makes me think of Miss Massholes and Harvard Yard. Team salaries almost as high now as it was in year 30 for 08. It was 147 in year 30 in 08. Check out the computer team's salaries. Yeah, I mean, the cap room is one thing. Like, they've got free agency to deal with. Right? But that's what it looks like for us, right? So, what are we at? 131.31 plus 3.49 plus 500K, 0.5. It's 135.3. $135.3 subtract 114.37 subtract 20.4. Yeah, their cap room. Yeah, the difference here is 0.93. It looks about right, and they've got room for spending. They're leaving themselves cap space, especially for free agency. Right? A 68 overall. So, crappy strength, no awareness, good tackling. I don't even remember what Green said on his sticks, but I think they lied to us. That, or just, yeah, I think they lied to us. Or like amazing was the tackling, and like we had a really good awareness or something. I don't know. 4-year deal. A 70 overall with 84 strength. 61 awareness, 83 tackle. 65, 81 speed. The strength isn't very good. The tackle's 51, whatever. $57 overall. Get cut, bro. Get cut. Alright, more comments. Team salary is check the computer teams, or you could just have bad scouts. I mean, yeah, that's a thing. But I don't think I have bad scouts. I think I've got like the highest paid whatever thing it is. Is scouting like a thing? Like, I mean, like the scouting agency? I wonder, is that a thing, and they're giving me bad info? That's an interesting point to bring up Asuka as we go through the next cycle. It's a very interesting thing to bring up. Is there a scouting agency to sign here? If so, what difference does it make? This is where our breakdown comes in, is we need to fill positions and we don't have much money to fill those positions with. Right? I think we're going to just let free agency go as it goes and then pick up what we have to pick up. That is where you literally just draft whoever and then keep them. But I think we can still make up more room by taking some dead cap, cutting some players, signing whatever, re-signing them back, renegotiating their contract functionally. There's your Packers. Got a defensive tackle. So where did everyone land? McNabb with the Vikings, just like real life, right? Okay. The running back room, whatever. The fullback situation, I mean, you were worried about it. They didn't run dry. The wide receiver room, I mean, we can't afford it. Tight end room, who cares? The left guards. They signed 2 guards. Wow. Defensive tackles. Reorder all. Again, we'll figure it all out as we go to the next year. Skip. Schedule. Yep. Skip. All right. So, Mr. 4-year massive deal. $1 million, but we save a bunch of money. Because we don't have to carry the dead cap, it's cheating, but whatever. I don't remember the last time I saved. Let's break down. A tight end and a wide receiver. Ouch. $88, $83, $90, $85, $90. And a young guy. And our young guy. And we somehow got better. I cut Jamie Sharper and we have all this like crap at backup and we're somehow better, folks. Somehow we're a 91 overall team. We have trash-tastic backups, which should cost us. I guess because our fullback position, we have no wide receiver depth. Because our tight end was a hell of a draft pick. That tight end was a hell of a draft pick for us. We're up against the cap. Right? We're going to be paying some penalties. We cut Jamie Sharper as a cap penalty. We acquired this guy through the draft. Age 29. And we acquired this guy through the draft. Like, we've done a solid job at the cornerback position as well. We picked up here, but for all the corners in the league, yeah, we're a very top heavy, injury gonna kill us team. Let's see how it goes, folks. We beat the Packers. That's it. Pack it in, folks. That's what we needed to do. Fullbacks! There you go, Asuka. There's your fullbacks. Except there are fullbacks to choose from. But there's only 3 left. Tied 3-3. I try to spare you as much caffeine as I possibly can. I'm sorry that I can't do it all the time. Sometimes it gets me at the last second. Oh my goodness. Step on the injury bug, yes. Do we have a new playlist? We do. The previous playlist felt a little boring. I tried it. It was very low tempo. So I'm cutting it. Wow, on the 3-3 tie, exactly. Probable, okay. The young guy, huh? Second round pick. Fifth round pick. So what's the review before the attempt to repeat? Started on our team, free agent pickup, started on our team, and free agency, whatever. Drafted our tight end. Okay? Started on our team, drafted. Started on our team, drafted. Started on our team. Started on our team, drafted and drafted. Drafted. Drafted across the board. Drafted. Free agent pickup. Drafted. So we've got some free agency purchases. But we have drafted a hell of a team here, folks. There's a few times in these drafts where I've gone like, who gives a shit? I don't fucking care. I'm not even going to bother just so we can move forward. And maybe I shouldn't be doing that. But also, seriously, who gives a shit? There have been some really bad positions to look for. Okay, weekly schedule. It says a lot of drafted players much better than in 08. Yeah, exactly. And resulting in a team that, yes, we have spent money in certain positions, end up as a 91, right? Advanced to regular season. This is just more upbeat. I like it. '88, 91 Ravens. Let's go. Ravens are already the big team. Got our dub. Got our dub. You know what's like really disappointing though is like the lack of wide receiver skill, and yet we're still considered like good at the position, right? Like having the Donald Driver, having the Isaac Bruce, the 92, the 90 overall, the 89 overall, and it's just like who gives a shit? And now we're here, and it's just that's what feels so bad, right? No reason to cut him if to get another injury. We just have like no number 2 wide receiver, and yet we're still ranked like we are. How do we do against them? Got the W. Like giving David Carr weapons never seemed to matter. 1 touchdown, 2 picks. Running the ball wasn't even really Ricky Williams. It was 22 carries by the other guy. Needing all the running backs in the world. You just never know when you're randomly not going to have a running back do anything. McKinney out for the season. You do not have enough centers, Paul. Jeremy from the 49ers, Newberry. '87. Denver fell. But do they fall to us? We start off 5-0. And on paper, no one is better than us. Is this the highest rated team we've seen in the game? We saw the Packers at 90. The Colts beat us. We lost a game. We're 8-1. And then we get revenge. So the home game we lost, we went on the road and won. And then we tied the Bengals. The Jets beat us. 10-2-1. 11-2-1. 12-2-1. 13-2-1, folks. Our best season on paper. Our best season on paper, folks. If I say it 2 times, that makes it twice as nice. Wide receiver and then probable. The Vipers had a playoff game. The Rams are now the Vipers. The Colts just don't go away. But the Packers did. Ooh, not good. Ravens, Bengals. Rex Grossman. Brian Black. There's your Jordan Love, right? Colts, Pats. Pats get the dub. Overtime game, Seattle. Simulate the game. We got the 24-20 victory. Two touchdowns, no picks. Ricky Williams packing it in. All right, Patriots. We have to go to the Patriots. And we go to a back-to-back Super Bowl. 4 championship games in a row. Back-to-back Super Bowls. Can we back-to-back against the Falcons? We lose in overtime. We lose in overtime, folks. Atlanta starts out with the early touchdown. We respond with Andre Johnson. We take the lead in the first quarter by a field goal. They tie it up with a field goal. They take the 6-point lead into halftime. They extend it to 13 points. We cut it back to 6. We cut it back to 3. And with 2:36 left to play, we tie the Super Bowl. We're going into the first Super Bowl overtime of all time, according to this timeline, if I remember. And we throw a pick 6. We throw a pick 6 to lose the game, folks. David Carr, 95 or whatever overall. Instead of winning his second Super Bowl, he ends it on a pick 6, his 4th interception of the game, 2 touchdowns, and obviously a 3rd going to the other team. Michael Vick, 8.6 yards per carry, running with the football. Ricky Williams, 4.1 on the ground, throwing the key pick 6. And Travis Smith and Jabbar Gaffney are our targets this day, with Andre Johnson at 90-something overall, getting 1 catch for 30 yards. Completely shut down. What the fuck is the point of wide receivers? Seriously, what the fuck is the point of them this entire franchise? They suck, but also, like, they suck. Well, I'm sure that was an exciting battle, nonetheless. That was the omen. Hey, it's fine with me. What is the point of even having Andre Johnson and all these wide receivers if they don't do jack shit? and they're just useless. I don't know. The Steelers have relocated to Mexico City and have become the Mexico City Piranhas. Okay. I don't think there's a better thumbnail. I thought You Win the Super Bowl was the best thumbnail. Maybe I'm going to splice together like a top to bottom. Like on top, we win the Super Bowl, like vertical lines, or sorry, horizontal lines. Like we win the Super Bowl, the Steelers go to Mexico City, and then we lose the Super Bowl. Oh no. Damn. You know, Asuka, you and I in the chat, we have got to save up money. Denny, in the Discord, you have to tell us when your birthday is. We need to get you a Mexico City Piranhas jersey. Oh my, like, come on, man. Oh my god. Like, how is that not like the best gift, like, of the crew? The Mexico City Piranhas. Good. But I'm talking, like, we've got to, like, find one of these, like, I've got to maybe find it here in Peru, one of these Bamba, like, cheap little markets to match with it. The fucking Mexico City Piranhas. Here we go. Oh my god. Jeez Louise, folks. Has retired from the NFL, let's be honest, I'm too old for this. With my dignity. Oh my goodness. That was almost worth it right there. We constantly need to hire new coaches, huh? Offense. Okay. He keeps, like, being our coordinator, and then is gone. Defensive coordinator. He's available. He has the motivation. He has all of that. Andy Reid looking for a job. Philly looking to keep him. It says DC. Yeah, Kansas City, DC. I don't care. Keep outbidding me. Special teams. No. Kickers, punters, 83, whatever. So it says coaching staff, training staff, coaching progression change owners. Right? So you can switch teams, I guess, at any time. If we want to just be like an all-user team. That's possible at any moment. Right? But it doesn't look like there's a scouting team. Shared revenue, 101 million. Good, good, good. Asuka keeping track of that. Rosters. Let's look at the Piranhas. That's what we gotta get, folks. Our Piranhas jersey. Joey Porter, the famous Mexico City Piranha. Without a logo on the side of the helmet. It's on the pants, but not the helmet. I think that's one of the other, like, air quote, worst things. It's not even on the helmet, folks. Not even black and gold in color. Yeah. Retired players, there goes our run, folks. There goes our run. It's gone. Bye, Ricky Williams. McKenzie gone. Dwigert finally gone. This is where we're going to get hurt. Moving forward. Cap room 63 mil because we've got those big money players off the board. David Carr, what has your career been? Not even good, really. Like, far underselling your rating. 99 throwing accuracy. And, like, you're just barely 60%. What else are we supposed to do with, like, 90-something awareness, 99 accuracy? All of that. Just lock him up. Troy Polamalu taking hard hits and long hair down the Mexico City. Quite a few 40-year-old players. Nice to see it. Yeah. Oh, the NFL draft is coming up, and we lost the Super Bowl. Okay. And we're going to go to rosters, and we're going to go to free agents. What's the board look like? We've got the Packers quarterback as available, and I can understand why the Packers are saying no thanks. You've been nothing but a bustity bust for us. There are no running backs available, right? The running back room sucks. The wide receiver room, why would I spend money on it? Still feel a lot better just drafting several of these positions. When there's a big time acquisition, it's nice. But on the board, there's not much to spend time or money on. I think this is a good opportunity for a restroom run, refill my glass, take a look at the draft, listen to some music in the background. Give me under 5 minutes. I will even put what on the clock. Let's see if I can go to, yeah, let's do that. Let's go to sources, display capture, get the display capture up. We are right now on track here, track 71. Let's do these two songs that I think are pretty good. They're going to be about 2-4 minutes, whatever. And I'll try to be back before they finish. Alright, I didn't think I muted it. How have I done as far as my target? I didn't quite make it. Kind of went into one more song, but I wasn't too far off, was I? I don't think I was too far off. Alright. How far were we? Yep, the 2 songs just barely made it back. Just a sliver too late. Right? So let's drop that. Let's put the face back on the screen. Let's go to live stream. And goodness, it says here in the comments, so far it looks much better than the Dying Chai's video in terms of specifically the way it's working out the league. Denny says AFK for a while too. Phone needs to charge. All good, baby. Here in Peru, there's a local place that has imported things, so don't lay a finger on my Butterfinger. Got a couple of those little bites. They brought in some Baby Ruths. I didn't buy the Baby Ruths. I think the Baby Ruths are fine, but what I really miss are getting some good paydays. There's like a draft recap. All NFL. San Diego State, P. Reed. Jets, huh? So they went halfback, 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 halfback. All of that. You know what I want to look at? What I want to look at, Paul, you don't need to shout. What I want to look at is the opportunity to make trades. Broncos. What is Clinton Portis worth to you? A+ value, right? Can't even make an offer at this moment, right? So, we need a running back. We need a running back. The Broncos are in our conference. The Broncos are one of those teams that's going to go up against us and says, hey, we're not going to give you our best player just to be a running back, just to be running back for you to go win Super Bowls. You're in the conference. Yeah, we're in the conference, but you're not really... I mean, the Chargers, I guess, are competing for championships. The Ravens are as well. Deuce Wasn't he with us for a while? No. The Lions. Oh, I don't know, folks. I don't know. Said I wanted to come back refreshed, which I am. Take a look at it. Asuka says, what can you tell me about Carmen Policy? I asked because his son Ed is set to become the new Packers team president on Friday. Well, I know nothing about his son Ed. And just because someone is someone's son doesn't mean much. I will say that Carmen Policy, my understanding, has been vastly credited as the peacemaker between DeBartolo and Bill Walsh. Vastly credited. That may or may not be an accurate representation of the reality of the situation. People will say, oh, that's a bunch of bullshit. No. I don't know, man. I will tell you my perception and the way they might have influenced the storytelling to me is to say, when Eddie D wanted even more out of the 49ers and was very demanding on Bill Walsh, that allegedly Eddie D fired Bill Walsh on multiple occasions. And we're not talking in the Twitter stream like, this just in, Bill Walsh fired by the 49ers. This is the 1980s version of you're fired. Carmen Policy was allegedly the go-between both gentlemen in their disagreements, and it was like the next morning you're not fired. Or Bill Walsh like, okay, that's it, I give up, I retired, whatever. He's not retired or whatever. Like, he's been very much the peacemaker. And my understanding is Carmen Policy has been one of those more important individuals in that Bill Walsh coaching tree and managing situations. Grant Cohn, the son of, I forget the first name, Cohn, the father of Grant Cohn, Grant Cohn is a 49ers content creator. It is his father. I'm sorry to forget his first name because he is a legendary writer in the area. But Cohn's father allegedly is the one who actually wrote a message on behalf of Bill Walsh to like Don Shula, and there were other certain things that happened that allegedly Cohn had an office inside the 49ers building, if I understand it. Like, I'm just watching Cohn tell his stories and what it was like. And I believe Cohn tells stories about the importance of Carmen Policy in the building, if I'm remembering them correctly. I'm like a third person of a third person away to really give you information. So if anything wrong, I immediately apologize to anyone watching and correcting me. But my general perception is, and Bill Walsh has his book, there's like Finding the Winning Edge, but he has another book, The Score Will Take Care of Itself. And in The Score Will Take Care of Itself, Bill Walsh talks about, and I think both also, Finding the Winning Edge and The Score Takes Care of Itself, and The Score Will Settle Itself, or whatever, Bill Walsh talks about the importance of having a good front office. And I mean, he's talking about the mail room, answering the phones. Like, there's just so many aspects about running the organization that Bill Walsh wanted to make sure was taken care of. And relations between people, even whenever there were fuming personalities. Over and over again, I heard positive things about Carmen Policy. And in terms of, we talk about the coaching trees, the Holmgrens and Andy Reeds and all these things that splinter of the splinter of the splinter, and the Grudens and all these, like, these guys that can trace their way back, so going through the building I don't think anyone has anything bad to say about Carmen Policy. And the general thing about Eddie D was the riverboat gambling thing, not football stuff. Though some people say that was a cover for something else to get him out. Eddie D is generally considered highly regarded in the league for what he did, and Carmen Policy is highly regarded. So, but that doesn't mean his son is going to be anything, and that doesn't mean his son is going to be bad, right? But if the Packers believe in Carmen Policy's son, you know Holmgren and all of them that went through that room, how I'm sure there's different people and different phone calls that have been made and conversations have been had, so I'm sure it'll be plenty happy one way or the other. Looks like I have messages in WhatsApp. I'm going to check those. Obviously, it's off camera. Alright. Please, can you just load the thing? Like I click on the thing and then it doesn't load it? Yeah, just asking my computer to do anything outside of this stream is just not gonna work. Okay. No, I don't want to install a new version. What am I even looking at? Okay. Okay. Back on track, folks. Back on track. I do not have a lot of faith in this season with a 57 overall running back and someone that got worse. No fullback because of retirement. Not to say that we don't have any talent whatsoever. We definitely have like a starting center and then a couple guys that could be guards in terms of the other centers. We could use offensive line, folks. His rating. The 80s in the pass blocks and the run blocks. The strength is solid. It's the awareness that needs to improve and a chance to improve. So Kirkland's got to do something. Could be a backup guard. I really don't like just having tackles and centers as my only position. And then garbage at other spots. But we've really got to consider drafting at least one guard and one tackle. And again, a lot more BPA, right? Even if they're backups for these aging players. Corners. The hunt for a running back, which is what I've always been dreading this entire time. And a guard is right off the board with good, great, good. 28 bench rep is not special, especially at 23 years of age. Amazing, good, above average. 22 years old with 34 bench reps at right tackle. An amazing, good. Great, good. Amazing above average is just worse. Great, amazing, average. Amazing, good. It's just all around better, right? You don't like the pick? He's the second one on the board and has better stats and stuff? What do you not like about the pick, folks? Did they lie to us about the pick? Because we already have like 4 tackles, we don't need a 5th? Is that what it is? We needed a guard? Is that what you want to say? All the good, good, goods? That might be our pick, is the guard. The good, good, goods is not so special, but we don't need another tackle. Some good, goods, right end. Good, goods, 29 bench rep. Could be right end. Good above averages. Amazing, great above average quarterback, second round QB. I don't think so. So good, good, goods with sub 30 strength. I think we're gonna go good, good guy. Third round. This corner is terrible. Great above average. We don't need a right tackle. I think the music is distracting me, to be honest. I'm taking the headphones off, but let me play for you guys. All the top board. Don't need a right tackle. Don't need a middle linebacker who's just good. Corner who's just average. A defensive tackle who's just good, average, low strength for a defensive tackle. Defensive tackle who's great above average. Average above average. Great below average. Great below average. Good above, average, whatever, good average, great above average, good, 18 strength, great good, 18 strength. Just find ourselves dipping more and more on the board, right? The running backs just always suck. Good, great interview, great power, good interview, no strength, not that fast, not that good. We might take a guy just because he's got a good interview at that position. I don't even think we draft a fullback at all. Wide receiver room is trash. I don't think we're missing anything at the tight end position. The guard position, be it left or right, above average, good, average, good. Good is our best interview. Goods are our best interview. Good and above average, good. Above average, great. Above average, good. Great, above average. Great, good, average. Great, above average, good. Left guard after all that pile of whatever. A guard we need. Outside linebacker and corner. Average, like interviews first. Average, above average, above average, above average. We've got a good interview here with 15 bench reps. Average tackling. Wilson is down there. Could be a selection. I think we want to go running back. Hope the corner might be on the board. We need a linebacker, an outside linebacker. Anyone sitting here that's just like, oh hey, you can't miss him. Good tackler, good whatever. Where's the strengths? 21, 23. Below average, below average. Average good tackling. Above average, great tackling. Dave School. School is here, right? Yeah, 24 bench reps. Great tackling above average. Just pull the trigger. You said you hate it? Okay. Probably because we need a running back. The other corner is gone. I can see why that they maybe didn't like it. Guards, tight ends. Great interview, but good. Another good. So a good at 6'3" with good run power. Might go for tight end. I need it too, but I don't think I care. A lot of guards on the board. Good interview, great run blocking, above average with 34 of that. In the 5th round. So we picked up our guard and we picked up a tackle. That's probably why they booed us, because we didn't need a tackle. Still need more tight ends. Great interview, but below average in other areas. Really good strength. Good interview with good hands. And we hate it again. Who cares? Whatever. Sign draft picks. Right tackle, 5-year deal. 71 overall. Come on, it's not an 82, right? But 48 speed sucks, but 86 strength, 52 awareness, 97 run block. Double middle fingers to you. 84 pass block as a rookie. 71 overall. I know it's not high 90s strength, but come on. 69 overall, 85 strength, 60 awareness, and 79 tackle. Boo you, boo me, boo you, fans. 64 overall, 75 speed, 53 awareness, 78 tackle. 59 overall. So, 65 awareness, 65 catch, and 51 run block. Yeah, it's not that special. And then I did even better at the other tight end position, at least in that regard. Even slower, not as strong, more awareness. Catch is worse. How is he better? Because he has run blocking. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Okay, that's pretty trash. 95 strength. 66 pass block. He's going to be ass. Can't hit them all out of the park. I don't know what was on the board that we might have been missing, though. It is what it is. $27 million cap space. Free safety we do not care about. Quarterback we don't care about. We're just going to have to spend a bunch of money on some trash running backs. Alright, we need to spend money in the quarterback room, the running back room. Offensive line is locked up, defensive line is locked up, linebackers are locked up, secondary could use someone. It's mostly the other positions, right? Let's go one day. And again, it's the backups that we need to look at. So this is our deal, huh? 96 speed. 78 speed, huh? This is what he wants, huh? 27 down to 24 mil. A pair of 75s running back by committee. A second wide receiver. San Francisco's looking to keep their guy. Like, he'd be the better pick because he's one less overall, but he's significantly younger. The halfback. A halfback is considering a better offer. Yeah, of course. No fullbacks to compete with. Now they're throwing the money at the position. You can go there. We signed the wide receiver and we signed the running back. So running back by committee in our building. No one's even offering other positions. We take the 49ers wide receiver from them. Bills just get that deal done. .68 throwing power, bro. 68 throwing power. The Piranhas. The Piranhas got their quarterback. We need a fullback and a corner. I don't think we need to throw any money at corners here. We just let the free agency run out to an extent. Just kind of looking at this fullback market. Quarterback market, right? Viva los Piranhas! Sí. Jake London of Baltimore. Remember him? Fox is our left tackle. Right tackle is Tony Vaselli. We got the Vipers up first, huh? So we have lost our star running back, Ricky Williams, and now we've dropped to an 88 overall. Now, I believe the rest of the league is also in a lot of trouble too. Still 88, tied with New England. Better than the Titans, tied with the Jets, tied with the Colts. On paper, we are still a hell of a threat against the quality of the league. Asuka asks Denny, what would happen for real if the Steelers ever tried to relocate? 13-12 victory. What's the injury situation look like? Nothing. So we are equal to or better than everyone in the league right now on paper. And our first big game is New England. And we win our first big game. We lose to the lesser Jags, huh? We have injuries. Not a lot, though. Not an excuse. So while we got blanked, we then blanked the Titans. Next big game, the Jets. We lose the Jets game. They're 5-1, we're 4-2. Good to see the other team that's also really good is at 5-1. And now we're on a losing streak here, folks. We're looking good, and now we've dropped 2 in a row. And we're 1 game away from 500. Out for season! Baselli, Anderson, Kinley back up. Fox is out. Newberry's backing him up. Anderson, Newberry backing people up. $15-7. It'd be like the Packers, you can't ever take them out of Green Bay. It makes sense for the Rams, especially since they've bounced back and forth between St. Louis and LA. And Suka says, yeah, because we're publicly owned franchise. In fact, I own a share of the Packers stock myself. Yeah, it's one of those things like, yeah, you own the Packers. Yep, there's a little certificate that says you gave them money. That's for sure. Simulate the game. The Colts. 5-4. Little injury buggy. Most everyone should be suffering for it. David Carr out for 6 weeks. Other teams just have it really bad. There's a lot of out for season guys. So everyone suffers an injury bug. It's just how do you survive it at the other side? And we're going to be a 5-5 team. Probably a low draft pick. On a losing streak for sure. So we don't even need to monitor the rest of this. Started off good. We're just dropping them in a row. Just dropping these dimes in the bucket. Now we are just hoping for an 8-8 season. After 4 conference championships and 2 Super Bowls, we're now falling to 6-10. Can't complain too much. I mean, we didn't get hurt too bad, but we lost our star quarterback and we lost some offensive line. Let's watch the whole playoffs. Come on, Jets. Jets do not do it. So the Broncos moved on with Clinton Portis. The Bears obviously moved on and won the whole thing. The Ravens moved on. The Saints moved on. Jets got him in overtime. Saints moved on. Broncos moved on. The Bears moved on. Broncos lost to the Jets. And then there's your final. And then some comments says, of course, I think the Chargers... No, there's more. It says, and even if the Packers were somehow sold, all money from the sale would have to go to charity and ensure there's absolutely no financial benefit for doing that. And then he said, of course, I think the Chargers should be in San Diego, and the Raiders should be in Oakland, but that happened. Yeah, the stockholders would have a majority wanting to sell. That will never happen. The Chargers are an afterthought now, and the once proud Raiders have been reduced to a mere tourist attraction. Yep. Hell nah. We never support that. It's never going to happen. The Raiders and Celine Dion, just another show. Yep. In Vegas. The Browns have relocated and become the LA Breakers. Okay, apparently that's a thing. And we lost money because we suck. So go back and forth between losing money and gaining money. Go to staffing. The only thing we need to hire is the Healthy Corps. So we're in the red. We need winning seasons to not be in the red. So Gary Walker, gone after a Pro Bowl. Tony Baselli finally gone, and Tyrone Calico gone. Re-signing players. Doesn't really matter. 68 mil. Cleveland gets their hearts broken again. Yes, oh Lord. With the Browns say, wish I owned that. Poor Browns fans, right? Oh my goodness. What is our age? 32. Just throw all the money at him. $64 million. Did you get the profit? Revenue sharing? Asuka, you can obviously back up and tag that if I didn't go too quickly through it. S. Fox. We get a regression out of here, huh? Interesting. Our first round pick has remained a 90 overall nose tackle, a mainstay of the organization. $104 million. It keeps going up, right? So the bad season, we should have far better draft picks available to us. But I want to see our progressions. David Carr dropping from a 97 down to a 93 with the injuries. Overpaying running backs in a otherwise bad situation. Andre Johnson and other guys just fall off the board. Like, did we get injuries? Is it the bad season? Is that really what this is? Is it the same bad season bug? Is that what's going on? Our guys are just worse because we lost games. Were they all hurt? I don't think they were all hurt. We've got a lot of like minuses. Right? And we got a little plus there, a little minus there. Across the board, lots of minuses. This first round pick in the 21st overall has been a hell of a guy for us as well, right? 91 awareness, 94 tackle. Rojas has just been a stud for us from the very beginning. That fit, like, taking a 5th round pick in this game, a 5th round pick, and having us a 94 middle linebacker, like, we really hunted that and found it. We've got a pretty solid guy here, huh? So first round pick, 5th round pick, 1st round pick, 1st round pick, 2nd rounder, 3rd rounder, 2nd rounder, 4th rounder, 5th rounder, 1st rounder, 1st rounder, 3rd rounder, so really these first rounders are making a huge difference on our team. We haven't busted out of a single first round that I know of. So the breakdowns. Obviously, the guard situation needs to be resolved. The guard and defensive end situation. So right tackle, some left end action. I'm going to go headphones off to concentrate. We're not really into this right tackle. No, I wanted to go headphones off. There we go. And Suka says, I got a friend who's a Bucks fan and always telling me about how Jimmy Haslam was doing his team in Buckland a couple years ago. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Bad interview, amazing tackle. First round picks should have something amazing, right, Denny? Should have something amazing. Amazing kick return, not what we're looking for. Amazing interview for middle linebacker. Amazing tackling at a left end position that we need, but with no bench reps. The fullback. That's what we're going to go after, is fullbacks, right? Amazing interview. Good tackling, 23 bench reps. Not a position we particularly need. I mean, maybe. Maybe, folks. 82 though, second round pick. Right? Great interview. Running backs suck! Why does everyone suck at running back? Everyone sucks at running back. Amazing hands. 21 bench. Below average interview. So, a guard position, amazing run blocking, great pass blocking, good interview. As a second to third rounder. Oh, it's not looking good, is it? Suka comments, it's funny how the AFC North now has teams in Los Angeles and Mexico City. Half of the North just disappeared. They're in the southeastern region of the continent. Oh, it looks bad, doesn't it? What you want are guards. Well, you're not going to overdraft, are you? Amazing bad, huh? Bad. Amazing tackler, sub 30. We need to hit it on this draft, though, bro. Good, great 26. Great, above average. And 24. Above average at 24. No. It's the good, amazing 23. It just keeps coming back to this middle linebacker. Stringer. $23 years old, only great and good. 23. I think he keeps coming back to the Mike linebacker, folks. We want some great over here. 14 bench reps, amazing tackling, above average. A great good 24. Great good 24. Of age 23. It could be Jamal the left hand. We don't need tackles, bro. That's pretty solid. We don't need tackles. Do we need tackles? Especially left tackle. That right tackle we picked up, I think, if not hurt, has a potential to be something. The guard situation is really shallow. Comments. They'd have to call it the AFC International. Sounds like an airport. Yup. Great average. See, now that he's sitting here, see. Yeah, I would love to move guys to guard. But that's the problem with this game. You can't. So, I was hemming and hawing over linebacker. And it turns out that seems to be, it was the right choice. An 80 overall. 1 point worse than our current backup. Doesn't have any speed, but that doesn't matter in the simulation. $71. $58. Wide receiver and quarterback is what we need. We cut guys that we don't need. Yeah, you can move in the depth chart for sure, but we saw what was happening with the other centers and other positions. I really want to just try to draft guys at their position since we can't physically change them. We got away with that a bit earlier in the franchise, like moving like McKinney and our backup center or whoever, moving them around, but I'd rather just try to get the natural positions drafted at this point. But this is also what I was generically afraid of as well. The quality of the league just being so trash. And sometimes having a 64 overall might not be so terrible. Because everyone sucks. '89 strength. '83 strength. '89 strength, 50 awareness. Trash abilities. And then in the comment section, yeah, Denise says, I remember some of them. You can only change positions prior to the preseason, probably after that game, but they should have had it in there. Yeah, but it's not in 04 at all. 03 and 04, you still can't change positions. So we've got 10 mil in cap room. We're not as tight against the cap. We have an 87 overall football team. While we are getting worse, I'm pretty sure the entire league is. Tie! And a second tie. See, they do shit like this. They do shit like that to you. 88 overall. The Breakers, those are the Browns or the Breakers now, right? Boy, the black on blue, what a great combination. And at least on paper, before injuries, we are better than everyone on the schedule in front of us. By overall. Do we play the Piranhas? Oh, you just mean in general. We don't have a game like the Breakers versus the Piranhas or anything, right? Even though they should be in the division. What does the division even look like? They're 8-1. We're 6-3. We should have the Breakers. Did we already play them twice? At the Piranhas.
We're here at Webb Jive Field. Both of today's teams are looking to add another win to their total and give their team some momentum as the end of the season draws nearer. Thanks for joining us.
There's
as
no special
Breakers
audio.
get set to take on Piranhas. Hi again, everyone. It's almost time for the kickoff. Al Michaels here to bring you this one with my partner, John Madden.
The future of the NFL, folks.
It all starts with a quarterback.
The home
They can do a
team
lot
that's
more things with this
8-1
guy
and
throwing
can't
the
sell out their
football for him.
stadium.
He can make the touch
Playing in
passes
Mexico
or
City.
just fire one of the old breadbasket if he has to.
A much anticipated game ready to begin.
Mexico
as we're
City
lined up for the
Breakers,
kickoff.
or Piranhas versus Los Angeles Breakers, huh? The future of the NFL, folks. You saw it here first.
The kickoff team lines up. Nice distance.
Wet
the
Jive
short
Stadium? I don't know, man.
The offense heads.
There's your stadium. 1, 2, 3 tiers with boxes. There's your incredible stadium design. That I can't look up further. I can't literally go up and see the roof or whatever. I can't see what's back there. I can't peel back any further and look at the stadium being an out of bounds area.
We're here at Webb Jive Field. Both of today's teams are looking to add another win
That's
to
what it
their
sounded
total
like,
and
no?
give their team some momentum as the end of the season
It doesn't
draws
say
near. Thanks for joining us
information here,
as
just
the
him.
Breakers match up against Piranhas. Hi, everyone, and welcome to the game. I'm Al Michaels. With me, as always, is John Madden.
These guys are lucky to have a quarterback like this to lead their...
Both teams eager.
Taco Bell Field. Oh, it hurts. The joke hurts just as bad as what the joke represents. On paper, we're better than everyone. We don't know the injury report. We're at 9-4. 10-4 winning season. Hear the thunder. I read the whole comment, but yeah. You can see all the stadium names in the owner's box. 12-4, folks. Piranhas at Bills. The Piranhas lose. We end up with the number 1 seed after all the simulations. And we advance to a championship game, folks. Paying for a team in free agency. Can we advance to the Super Bowl? We do not. And the Bears are in another Super Bowl. And they get another victory. I am so sure that Asuka is so happy to see all those Bears Super Bowl victories. Yeah, Piranhas no go Super Bowl. Want to throw up. Texas no go Super Bowl either. Oh my god. God, I platonically love you guys. Makes it so much better than just running this game in the background. And there's Tampa Bay. They're the Richmond Pilots. Oh my goodness. The All Pro Football 2K8 has Tampa Bay be the top guns. The Richmond Pilots. And oh look, we're in the positive. And you said NFL shared revenue 108.45. Retired from the Lions, from the Ravens, from the Redskins, from the whatever. Off-season menu, go to staffing, offensive coordinator. This guy keeps like being... What? Oh, let's go. Looks like going to the 3-4 million each year. Wondering how the game decides which franchises get relocated. I think it just has to do with the money. Isn't that what it is? Is when you go negative, you're going to lose your franchise or whatever, and you have to forced to relocate. I think that's what the game literally does. It threatens you when you don't have like the balance. I'm pretty sure, like I'm 99% sure that's exactly what causes it. Is being in the red, having losing seasons, being in the red, that kind of thing. Retired players, Julian Peterson. It's nice to see some retired players at 36 years old or whatever, not just always at 40. You do see the 40s, the middle linebackers, the 41, Donnie Edwards. Like when they're an elite player and they stay in the league, right? Junior Seau, rest in peace. He retired but came back and continued to play. Like, guys keep playing. So Rob Gardner, who we paid a bunch of money to be our wide receiver, is gone. Steve Smith, we paid a bunch of money to be our wide receiver, is gone. Sinner is finally gone. Yeah, he didn't get a chance to play, so he just crashed suddenly. He was like an 86 or whatever, lost 10 points, got old and retired. Oh my goodness, our free safety. Oh, it's the backup, huh? I'll have to re-sign you if you're just trying to hold out, right? Didn't I let you go? I let the wrong guy go? Whatever. I guess I let the wrong guy go. Whatever. Whatever at this point. All right. We'll see when Denny gets back. Maybe not the best back end of the draft, but again, those 70-something safeties, that's how we got 90-something safeties later on. Of course, they had many years to start and improve. Some of them were 21, not 23, but still. I don't think any teams rooted in Dynashi's video. Well, if they did, he didn't talk about them. Why are you offering those guys 7-year deals? Because fuck it. It's like they're the wide receivers. They're 4 years pro. They'll play to their 35. We know they all just stick around anyway, right? This is about the best we have at the wide receiver position anymore. Right? I mean, that's really it. They suck. There's no change in that. Are these guys worth a bunch of money? No, but they're young and less shitty than the other positions. Right? 57 awareness, 85 catch? Like, fuck. Oh, okay. I think we're starting to kind of spiral to where we were in Dynashi's, but a slower spiral because we don't have cap problems, because everyone sucks at skill positions. Like there are no halfbacks to pay, there are no wide receivers to pay to cost us the money that are like the space that we have. Right? There's no one to command a salary at those positions. That's why we have 12 in cap. Because we're just not paying anyone because there's no one to pay. There's no one to draft and develop. I think the game really wants you to... The game really wants you to do this, right? Is that what it is? Is the game just really wants you to do this? It ain't as bad though, because there's at least a balance and much better progression. Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's not as bad. But 96 speed. Oh, I thought I was going to be able to cut it back. Run, hit the speed burst, hit the speed burst, hit the speed burst, out of bounds. Because 04 lets you stop the clock when you get out of bounds. Speed burst, touchdown. Hand it off, get the block, get the other block, and gone. Walk, 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 cut back speed. Walk it out, walk it out, block it out, walk it out, block it out, block it out, block it out, speed. I want you guys chasing me. 96 speed by. Walk it out. Oh, you tore my guy up. Okay, okay. See how it is? And speed by. This should be gold. 2, 1. Keep the points. Alright. Like, please fumble less. I think that's what they really want you to do. Why isn't Fox the starter? Why isn't Hanson the starter? And then it says, oh yeah, same thing. Okay. Another tie. We got lots of ties in this preseason, though. Double tie preseason again. We remain in 88. The Giants have fallen to a 78. The Piranhas are back, baby! Titans have remained relevant in 87, huh? Jaguars have remained relevant as an 87. And the Bears finally get dropped off. And we advance to a championship game, folks. So after a bad season, 6-10 season, we go to the Super Bowl. Texans go Super Bowl. 288 teams. Texans win Super Bowl. 2 rings, baby. Bayless, kick return. Finally, I was going to comment. We have a 99 kick returner, and he doesn't do anything for us. I was going to comment on that. He starts the Super Bowl with the kick return. Literally starts it. 15 left, the opening. Let's go. Of course, it's the only way it can be a kickoff, right? It's the only way it can be a kick return as opposed to a punt return, right? Starts the Super Bowl Devin Hester style, and then a 14 lead. And then Arizona comes back, cuts it to a 4-point game, but then we extend it with an Andre Johnson kick return. Right after they score, we bounce it back. Double kick returns, folks. Double kick returns. Pass from Carr. Henry, Wade, 42 points is just way too much. 3 touchdowns in the Super Bowl and a Super Bowl loss. Carr playing in his 3rd Super Bowl. So there we go, folks. Super Bowl bound. And again, still a lot of leaning on these veterans. This free agency, Trevor Price and other guys, these guards, these veteran players that we're really leaning on. We have drafted development players, but we're seeing the results of the lack of wide receiver and halfback talent. And there you go. So what's your average, you said? 3 to 4 million a year, 108 to 112, around 4-ish? Around 4-ish a year saved revenue. You'd think with the team's income that we could overcome a bad season, right? Our total assets, right? Our staff salary is the only thing like we're like legitimately focused on. If the shared revenue is 112 and our team, our player salaries are 145. So we've got to overcome like 33 mil-ish. We got to overcome 33 mil in ticket sales and all that to justify outside the shared revenue. Boy, wouldn't that be fun, Asuka, to have like a side strategy? How well can we do if we only pay our players based out of the shared revenue pool and not like the salary cap the way it is? That would be tough. That would have to be like a user control with custom sliders. Because we're having to make up for it in ticket sales and other areas to overcome the shared revenue to help pay the bills. Right? Is he going to move to where the pilots are? No, the Tampa Bay Pilots have left. To retire from the pilots? There you go. There's 21 of them. Too many pilots for one plane. Dick Geron hung it up. Ty Law is available, folks. And they're offering to be a DC, whereas Barber, no. Ty Law, be our defensive coordinator. So we were 6-10, then we playoff appearance, and then we Super Bowl. So we lost the Super Bowl, we missed the playoffs, then we were playoff and Super Bowl bound again. And it was at Candlestick? Interesting. Didn't even notice. Price is gone. And the fact that there's no carryover of dead cap, those contracts with those retired players, because in real life you do carry that dead cap, that's another thing that's like saving us. $32 years old? Fuck it. Pay you to your 39. You play that long anyway. Make it a career. Fuck it. About the best halfback we've got. Fuck it. Fullback, sure. Then he's like, yeah, double rings with a loss, right? This was a former draft pick, how acquired NFL draft. So this was a bust for us, right? Houston, 2010, first round, I don't know, it was like a 70-something, I don't know, 85 strength, an 89 tackle. Still might keep him on the roster. Second round pick 32, first round pick 29. 85 strength, 89 tackle. Nah, we've got guys. So this is the closest thing we've had to a bust. Ernie Sparks. Played out his rookie deal, just didn't do anything, gone. It's the first real bust that I can point to. Right? Even this pick that I was hemming and hawing about is an 89 now. Doesn't have speed at all. Ross has been so fucking special. That 85 speed, man, we've been so lucky. Asuka said, deserved to host that Super Bowl. Levi sucked. Yeah. Yeah, Levi sucks. We all hate it. How special has Rojas been for us? From literally the beginning. From that first draft. 5th round gem of a player. Right? 3rd round pick, 76 overall. Give him a deal. Keep him in town. It's a lot better than what we have here, huh? Y'all should have resonated the stick. Yeah, it's difficult. My understanding is the stick was old when the Niners got there. Like, if we want a mental break from this while it's running, Candlestick Park over the years. It was... I don't want to talk bad about the stick. I love the stick. But it's not an easy discussion, if we're going to be honest here. Let's just pause the music. I like the music. It's got a good tempo to it. This is what the stick looked like. Oh, there you go. Let's give credit here. Let's go edit. I still have the description information. from Dinechise's video. So let's do this. Boom, boom, save, full credit. Mr. 11,000 subscribers, 29K views, all of that. Then and Now, Candlestick Park. I don't want to play the song, but yeah, like basically an incomplete ballpark, right? And yeah, just how it was. And then it was like filled out here. And so part of it is like the fold up section, right? You can see here where everything is, and then it folds down and out, and then you've got the football field that goes like diagonally like that. The concert's Paul McCartney. Oh, it's so sad to see that, but I don't want to cry over a stadium. But you can see here where it was, like the then and now. Right? Where this went out and then this was all built and expanded upon. The way the stick used to be. And then it was enclosed like this. My understanding, if I have it correct, this is the part that like comes out and then comes at an angle. Like it's got the chairs back here. So it like picks up and then slides back there and then it slides out and goes down. And it blocks some of the view of the other fan spots. Here you can see it again. This deck right here. So it came out and then you've got the football field. Like this whole line and back line and like football field. And you've got like the decks come out like that. Right? And so yeah, you can see here where the deck is. And you can see where the bowl comes out. And yeah, again, that idea of the last concert that the Beatles played, and then Paul McCartney playing the last concert at the stadium. And then the final remains, huh? Like, these aren't even the remains, it's just being torn down. Right? And then, obviously, both teams left. Right? I think the Giants have a good stadium. They've got a good location. It's the Niners that just fucked it all away. And Asuka, I am not an expert to comment on it, but my understanding, third party, unofficial, is that this shitty Levi Stadium, and I will always call it shitty, I fucking hate this stadium, allegedly was designed to be built either on top of where the stick is, like was going to be, or in the general area. So we're going to go switching back here. We're going to go here, 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 and here. And then y'all should have renovated the stick like they did with Lambeau. And Denny said, I think the league was trying to outlaw baseball stadiums. Here's the biggest thing of it all, because like renovate. One of the things that you can do for renovation is obviously like tear parts of it down and like rebuild parts of it. Like you could say, hey, the Niners are going to play where Stanford plays, just like the Bears played in Illinois, and just like where the Seahawks play, where Washington plays. Like, it would have been nice to have the 49ers play at Kezar Stadium again, even though that's not really going to happen. It'd be nice to have the 49ers play where Stanford plays, right? It would be nice to have had the 49ers play somewhere for a year or two and have crews come in and work on it. But as I was going to say earlier before I read the comment, I don't live there. I lived like 3-ish hours away, depending on traffic. Could take a little longer, could be a little faster, how fast you drive, all of that. I never drove there. My dad drove there, and then my buddies and I, we would go play Magic the Gathering in Berkeley, and my buddies would drive the car, and we would like chip in for gas and all that. We would all pile up. And one of the buddies was the one that physically drove there. I never drove the car. I've always ridden there. But roughly 3 hours to roughly get to the area. Roughly 3 hours to get back. Reading newspaper articles or whatever. Hearing people that lived in the area talk about it. The general understanding is it's below sea level. So anyone that knows is watching this video and saying, Paul, you're wrong. I'm not trying to lie. I'm just trying to tell you what I'm told. is literally the grass in the field is below sea level. That Candlestick Point, a lot of people call a shithole as far as like a physical location. My understanding is it's a big reason why Candlestick Point allegedly, I don't know about right now in 2025, but has like no development, little to no development. Let's go. Candlestick Point 2025. And I know it's an AI review, but it says in 2025, Candlestick Point is undergoing redevelopment with a focus on infrastructure and new development, including housing and commercial spaces. This project is being led by the 5 Point, or the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure, managing the redevelopment process, infrastructure work, including the extended version of the whatever, and then I go to images, and in images, the 5 Points Candlestick whatever. Let's go back here to display capture. And let's go open image. And Candlestick Park is a broken promise to the community. And you basically just have, you could basically tell where the park was. This is the hill and everything. This is literally where Candlestick Park is still being demolished in this old photo. But you can see the shape with the hills, the mountain, and this whole area. And what would that be? This would be the hill, right? Yeah. So, scroll down. This would be that same hill. This would be the shape. This would basically be where the stadium is. And I don't know of the most recent one, but everything they say is like, commercial area thing or something. Just released updated plans. Like, bro, it's been, what, 12 years or something? 2014, 2015? Like, it's trash. Like, I don't know the internal politics of what's happening exactly. But my understanding is, like, air quote, nobody wants to develop there. No one wants to invest the money there. It's below sea level. It's not the easiest place to get to. And when you're talking about people with a lot of money in that area, they don't want to live in what they nickname like a shithole. Like, we understand, like, they talk about the smell or whatever of the sea and everything, like, whatever. Like, we love Candlestick Park. Like, there's a feeling and a memory for it, and I don't want to talk trash about it, but, like, my dad talked shit about it. I know people here that have come to Peru that I would watch 49ers games with at the corner bar, which sadly, there's a place when I got here in 2011 called the Corner Bar in Miraflores that I only discovered late last year or early this year had no longer exists, been demolished, and is turned into a housing project. But many years in a row, not every year in a row, but many years in a row, I would go and watch a lot of games there. And obviously, since COVID, I didn't. But I knew a guy named David and other people that were ticket holders at Candlestick Park. And not to put words in Dave's mouth, but if I recall, even he said, like, he's like, if we're going to be honest, it's a shithole. Like, the area sucks, right? It's hard to get to. It's hard to get in and out of in terms of traffic. It's hard, like, with the parking and everything. The place, like, smells not so great because of, like, the ocean, the fish, and whatever the area. Like, it's not the best. If you're having, like, a multi-million-dollar franchise, and even the investments that it takes at the 5 Points, whatever, there's a lot of, like, hey, we're going to do a thing or something, and people are like, why? I'm not putting my money into that. And it's just kind of sitting there rotting. And, like, the air quote, like, no one wants to live there. And then the article I was clicking on said something about, like, it's a broken promise to the black community. And you know how, like, I'm not going to get political on my channel. Everyone has their perspectives. But, you know, there used to be a time, like, in politics, because I don't think what I'm going to say is going to get political. There was a time when we were less divisive than we are now. There was a time that we could talk about George Bush's and Al Gore's policies. And there was a debate. And remember when Al Gore started walking towards George Bush's side of the debate, and people were like, oh shit, Al Gore lost his mind. And, like, that's super tame or anything now, today. where we could actually have a debate over like a policy or something, and now it's just so tribal and divisive, regardless of where people stand on it. It's really bad. But getting back to it, it's like you talk about the left leaning politics, especially in the city of San Francisco, to then talk about broken promises to black communities, has a whole subtext of what the Democratic Party says and what they actually do, which is another reason why we're in this situation here. And I don't think that's getting political to just state the facts. There's a lot of like, not in my neighborhood, like let's support people, but don't support the people near me. Let's have other people support other people somewhere away from me kind of ideas. It's really a mess. And I don't want to put words in the mouths of people who live there and like, oh, you're full of shit and you're spreading lies. Like, no, this is my third party looking at stuff. And what people tell me and people live there, it's so easy to make a comment. And I'm not saying this anything negative, Asuka. It's just like, renovating it was not an option. Just not an option. There's like a fairy tale world where that could have been the thing, and you could have played in Stanford, and you could have changed so it didn't have the deck lowering and closing, and you could have rearranged that part of the stadium and made it nicer and had box seating and all that, but it still doesn't change those fundamental problems. And the other thing I was trying to say that I forgot is, and maybe I did say it or not, is the Levi Stadium's design, my understanding, was supposed to be placed there. Not even a renovation, but a straight tear down and new build. And allegedly, that's also how like the wind and like where the normal winds come in and go, and where the sun is, and the fact that you don't bake in Candlestick Point. The sun is not that hot. Like, and you don't get like severe sunburns. Like the UV is not so terrible out there. Because here in Lima, man, it could be like 70 something degrees and you can get a sunburn because the UV is like really intense here. Especially certain parts of the city, like even with my blue eyes, like I get migraine headaches certain parts of the city here. I have to have my sunglasses and have to put sunscreen on when it might be 78 degrees outside or whatever, because the UV is so intense. But my understanding is at Candlestick Point, it wouldn't have been an issue. And there's a lot of different things that wouldn't have been an issue with that stadium. And they were like, stadium not going to work here. We already spent so much money in the design, the engineering, the architecture, the research, the drafting, whatever. So let's just copy and paste, pick up stadium and move to other location and just copy and paste it as is without any concern to the region or the area. It will be fine. Oh my God, it's not fine. Right? Which is the separate issue of, I don't like the design of the stadium. I think it's boring as fuck. Like what? Like a wall? Levi's Stadium. Images. Display. Right? Here's like all this outside stuff. Here we go. Like, open image in new tab. Come on, can't you just give me a high quality image to show? There we go. Right? Big wall. Half horseshoe. Fucking angles. Click, click, click. Like Lego brick. Right? Angle, angle, wall, angle, angle. Scaffolding looking stuff. Fucking wall. Everyone burns in the sun over here. Scoreboard. Entrance. Boring as shit. Right? Gillette. You can hate the Patriots all we want. Don't they have like their lighthouse? They have like at least something going on in their design. Right? Everything else here is just like barren nothingness. They've got their lighthouse and like their Hall of Fame or whatever area and something. Like they look like a football stadium. Right? The Seahawks have a good stadium. But Levi's, I mean, and then look at it on the inside. God damn, I hate that you try to open an image in a new tab and it's just some low quality piece of shit image. The internet didn't used to work like that. You used to be able to click on that stuff and actually see the quality image. And you can just see, just no shade protection whatsoever. Right? And then at least, yeah, that's also how they designed it, so that the wall would be to the sun, so that at least these people, these wealthy people in the big boxes, aren't getting like the blinding sun on their side. If you rotated the stadium 180 degrees, like the rich people aren't getting burnt, the poor people are. It's just so, and I'm not saying people are poor here. They probably have so much goddamn money that they can afford these tickets, but not this kind of fuck you money, right? And like that's our screen, right? Like I'm not jealous of Jerry World's big screen, but what a fucking hole, man. Ugh. Not a stadium to be proud of. Alright, lots in the comments. After Denny's comment about the baseball stadiums, Asuka, Denny, Asuka. Let's go through it. It says, it would have been better if they would have at least built a new one in San Francisco instead of becoming the Santa Clara Silicons. And it's about land, right? Like a lot of the city's already developed. There's not a lot of undeveloped space, prime real estate in the city. Then he says Pittsburgh did a similar thing, demolished Three Rivers Stadium to build 2 new stadiums, and now they built the city up. But there are issues, like the Pirates don't own any parking for their park. Yeah. Asuka, how does Heinz Field compare to Three Rivers? And which did you like better? I like the ketchup bottle, just from the outside. I mean, there's like the joke, but seriously, like the Heinz Field, the big ketchup bottle stadium, I think is like a nice looking place as a fan. I'm not saying it's the best in the league, but it's solid. I want to know what Denny thinks of the Piranha Stadium now that his Steelers have moved to Mexico. Asuka, yeah, that's what I was asking. The worst part is Levi's got 2 Super Bowls and it didn't deserve. Yeah, no, there's a whole other part there, right? Like the way they poorly took care of the field and other things. You can tell that like giving them the Super Bowl had something to do with like, hey, let's get some revenue for stadium. Yeah, exactly. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know you're asking Denny his thoughts, but I just thought I'd respond as the central content creator. Oh my goodness, before we even draft, where are we? We won a Super Bowl, folks. We won a Super Bowl with this roster. It keeps not loading David Cart's picture. I have to like move off and then come back. David's about to go. We're going to need a replacement for David soon. He might play till 40 though, but whatever. We might just suffer some years without a quarterback and figure out what we have to do. But 2 Super Bowl rings for David is the situation here. Running back room, fullback room. Right, we're going to have Andre Johnson getting older. He might play till he's 38. Who knows? We just don't know what's going on with this. But the tight end room, like we had a 90-something and then he fell off. I still kind of think Asuka, that 6-10 season, like really regressed some of our guys. And they're just trying to bounce back these last 2 years from said regression. Fox is now an 85 overall. And Wellborn is like, it's got to be his last year-ish, right? We're going to need to solve something at the guard position, but may not be this year because we already have 5 guards. We've got a 32-year-old. Like, these guys are old. Like, what's the state of the league going to be? We're going to have to go through some downtime, folks. Like, retired players, even these guys, that was acquired 3rd-round pick 33, Cincinnati, whatever. He is a draft pick in the game. He was drafted by the Packers, of all teams. And then we picked him up at right guard. We're eventually going to run out of pros to throw money at. Right? We've had a hell of a run with our defensive tackles and our linebackers. Our linebackers have just been excellent. When we took the time to scout our linebackers, we've been very happy with their performance so far, created by the computer. And we've been pretty happy with our cornerback position, given how weak we know it otherwise is. We've been happy with the secondary and the linebackers. And we found a defensive line and a defensive end. And some of the other positions less so. It's been a little bit of a struggle, right? But the players do exist. We've seen tight ends come and go through our offense. We are going to hit a wall, though. An obvious wall, but I think the whole league is hitting the wall. And just some teams might hit that wall sooner than others. Right? With 32nd overall. Let's save it up. I'm going to have to take a second pee break. And then we're going to have to dive in and keep rolling. We're at 5.5 hours. We're almost as long as Dineshize's video. And we haven't even made it to year 15. Of course, he's got a super edited video that took him probably months to put together. Lots of recording, lots of cutting up, lots of script writing, lots of video editing. Denny had 2 more comments. Says, don't get me wrong, it's beautiful what they did. What the world sees on TV, but we all complain about, well, small market baseball team, but it's the Steelers' fault. And then Denny says the Steelers got all the preference because they were successful more recently. Pirates miss out on a ton of revenue opportunities that the Steelers got. Yeah, I have no idea what the situation is, especially with baseball. Personally, I think that the NFL, aside from being an exciting league, and we can complain about Roger Goodell, something must have been done well, both before Roger Goodell and with Roger Goodell in terms of keeping the league relevant and popular. There's a lot to boo him for. I am not apologizing for him. But whoever the other people are to compliment and give credit to, yeah, they've done a good job with the licensing and everything. Compared to baseball, I guess like the biggest thing is like football having the way the draft works and the way the salary cap works and everything, and the collective bargaining agreement and the rookie salary scales and all those different things in the markets, allowing parity. One of these really good channels on YouTube did a whole thing about baseball and talking about baseball scouting and blah, blah, blah. And they start discussing eligibility of international players and drafting kids out of high school and development leagues. And, like, I don't understand baseball. I mean, I understand the game, but, like, there's just so much going on that you can't just copy and paste NFL into baseball, right? And you just can't have the same situation. It just doesn't work like that. And then obviously basketball, it's like if you have 3 really, really good basketball players, you're competing for championships. And if you only have 3 really, really good NFL players, you suck. Right? That's just the nature of having a 5-on-5 sport versus 11-on-11 with specialists, right? And the way baseball is, like, it took me too many years to understand because I just passively never paid attention. I don't think I was until my 20s that I understood or had any knowledge about the situation with pitchers. About, like, they only play on rotation and all this, and then modern days now, they hardly ever even play full games with the relievers and all that. Because for me, like, growing up, it's like, oh, here's the point guard in basketball, and here's the quarterback in football, and they play the games, and they do their things, and it's like, no, pitchers don't really play baseball. They show up, and they get, like, 1 or 2 games, like, in the series. Like, oh, it's the World Series. He pitches game 1. He might be there for game 4 or 5 or whatever. He gets, like, 2 games or something, and if I'm wrong, tell me, but it's like, yeah, he'll pitch 2 games, but we need more pitchers, not belly itchers, right? Like, you need a whole bullpen of all these pitchers because they just don't pitch. It's like, oh, they pitch so many games and whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay, I mean, I understand why your arm fatigue and all that. Like, I get it. But that was just one of those, like, weird oddities to me that may just seem like, yeah, well, it's not an oddity. It's like, well, it was to me, right? It's like, oh, Randy Johnson and this guy and that guy. And it's like, oh, cool. How often you get to see him play? Once in a while. You know? I'm like, oh, okay, it's a very different sport. And then you've got these double headers and all the other stuff. It's like, oh, got it. Comments now. It says, the best thing the NFL ever did was the salary cap. The parity it created floated all boats. Exactly. Goodell is great at marketing it, making it rain money. Yes. Denny says baseball is content making all its money in LA, New York, Boston, Chicago. All the other teams compete to be runners up. And Suga says still haven't forgiven the Yankees for tearing down Yankee Stadium, but that was a crime against humanity. Yeah. Yeah. Don't even care about baseball, but that's the truth. That is absolutely the truth. So, let's go music pee break, check on wife, come back, more NFL draft. Audio mixer. All right, we are back. Okay, so next step actually is we're halfback instead of fullback. Earlier I was a quarterback. Is socks. It is, the temperature is dropping, and as I went outside, helped clean the rabbit's trays, took care of things, and my hands are wet. I'm washing my hands, and socks now, at least to warm up. Not so cold here in the hobby room, but it's cold out there. Second step, dinner. I don't usually like to order delivery, but sometimes there's no other choice apparently. Notifications, 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 notifications. Discord notifications of you wonderful people. There's the photo from Denny in the Discord. The kebabs. Absolutely loved it. Hope it was delicious. Notification from Dineshise. And so I made my comment on Dineshise's video. I did a bad job of a live reaction stream and skipping ahead and giving love and credit. The conclusion that came to is, other than how great work he did, was how 08 is even more overrated and worse than I allowed myself to realize. Eventually growing to 200 plus million in cap space with players not asking for bigger contracts, the regression system being total trash, the owner mode not mattering at all. Sliders can improve the gameplay on the field to a degree, but who cares when the franchise is that much of a joke? I love your work, Dineshise, and what you've done, but the full reaction is exposing 08 for what it is and why. First comment comes from a guy named Stereo. Said, not to mention the game punishing awareness for good players being on losing teams. That has to be the most dog shit feature I've ever heard of in a football game. And then Dineshise says, I love all the stuff that's able to do in the off season, but yeah, progression is rough, and regression's even rougher. Dineshise then says, I still don't know how progression works, but I think it's based on division ranking at the end of the year, and I also found it interesting that the remaining cap that isn't spent goes into your balance at the end of each season. And then Dineshise has a second reply to me, says, that's the main reason why I discarded being realistic. Bad teams can still have good players, but the game makes that hard to do. Absolutely love the fact that we're such a growing and great community, folks. I know you're just staring at my screen like this, but let's see what we can do. Sources, camera, here, video capture device, here. I hope I've got a good audio balance. I turned the volume down on my physical computer. I hope the music isn't too loud or intense, and it just keeps it from being stale, boring. Comments said, the kebabs were a kabargain. Fantastic. I love speaking English like that. It's one of my favorite things about the language. We do this, like, maybe I'm mistaken, but my understanding is, like, talking to my wife, she's like, we don't do that stuff in Spanish. Like, playing with words like that. And, like, so, like, not completely, but I get the impression that it kind of is. Like, there a little bit is. Like, when you say, like, ciao, like, goodbye, there's, like, a food called, like, chaufa, like a roast chaufa. Chinese food, like rice and all that. So they'll say, instead of chow, they say chaufa. Like, there's, like, a few ways they'll play with it, but we love to play with English. We love to fuck with words all the time. Yeah. So, it's 10 minutes to 8 o'clock. Wife had her own dinner, which I can't blame her for. She has her own diet. I have my own diet. So I am going to try to figure out something dinner related here in an application. That might take me a few minutes as I think of different things. However, the bigger point is we are looking at 750. We're looking at the draft. Breakdown, defensive tackle, wide receiver, halfback. but you can still always afford a CBA, or not CBA, DPA. Average interview, no bench presses, below average tackling, get the fuck out of here. Right? Always afford BPA with your #1 pick. Good, amazing, average, and sub 30, get out of here. 21 reps is not good. Interview is good, tackling is good, age 21 is good, but it's just no. Sub 20 bench reps again, even though it's great tackling and above average interview, those reps are really concerning. Don't care about kick return, amazing. Corner, good interview, average tackling from a corner at age 23. Ugh. Here we go, right outside linebacker. Tackling is amazing. Bench reps is 19 for an outside linebacker is not so bad. Interview is good. Age 24 though means he's already developed into that for 3 years. Ugh. Age 22, amazing. 20 below average interview. Some goods, but not amazings. I mean, it's a first round pick, so you want amazings, but you know it's the end of the first round, which is like a second round, so you can settle for some greats. Amazing, good, above average 21. No. Oh, 27 is still sub 30. Good interview. More left tackles. So the guards are what's really weak. It seems that they have centers and tackles, right? Run blocking here. Amazing, great, below average 28. They don't seem to like guards so much, do they? Have we noticed that? Like, I thought they had pretty good linemen, but really, when we really break it down, what do they have? Average interview. Is the other one above average? Yeah, so this is better. Right? Amazing, above average, but they're not even in the great range. Just look at interviews. There's a good. Good is our best interview, which means we're not great or amazing. We're 2 below. Right? Just the goods. We're not even at good pass blocking yet. Good, great. 27 bench reps. So, at age 23, no. So at this point, this guard has great, good, and 27. He's also 23 years old. Right? Not that we need to focus only on the 35 bench rep guys, but it definitely helps to have a baseline of what we want. I'm not even saying the first round pick, let's just look at guards in general. Great average. Another target. Great above average, below average. Good above average. Like, you've got to sacrifice some bench reps to get other qualities, right? Good, great, average. I think this is the best that we can get, and I don't mean he needs to be our pick, but get a cup of coffee, right? If there's a cup of coffee available, maybe you get a cup of coffee. How far down on the board is coffee? Just to get a perspective here. Oh, let's get a dish, man. Coffee is way down here, right? Coffee might still be on the board, may or may not be on the board when we go to the next round. So that's the thing. Okay. So that's the one thing that we look at. Breakdown. Not that we need guards, we've got 5 guards. Just looking at league quality, looking at draft quality. The offensive line is like functionally taken care of, though we need replacements moving forward. We talked about the quarterback room. So what do we want? We're looking at average, bad, average, good. So good so far is the best here. Above average, bad, good. Okay. And above averages. So above averages and goods. So our first good has great and average accuracy. That means you need to get to above average, you need to get to good, you need to get to great, you need to get to... That's like so many layers. Like, that's so bad. That's probably like a 70 or some trashy skill. Let's again go back to Madden 2004 Combine Guide, whatever, to remind ourselves. Scouting. Control F, let's just go with the number 40 to jump ahead. And then after that, no, where is the list where it talks about like the good, bad, whatever things, like the ranges? If I just look at the word good. Okay, it's all messed up. Okay, that's fine. It's still messed up. Let's zoom in. Find the word. Zoom in more. We can... There we go. Alright, what else can we say here? We go here and we go to display capture. And we make display capture show up. And we find a place on our screen. Like, that blocks some information, but it says the position in the college. But when it's zoomed in like this, it says rating tables. Okay. And the rating table is all messed up. Right? But we live in the world. We live in the world of AI. Can you make this easier to read? Wow, cool. Can you make this easier to read? So my medication, one of my medications is APM. And an APM medication is 4 minutes or 2 minutes away. Might as well take it now. The other medication is the inhaler, which has been helping. It's been reducing the bronchitis. So let's take advantage of it. Let's take our APM medication in a few minutes, all right? I apologize for the coughing. I appreciate your patience through it. Okay, that's 1 out of 2. That's 2 out of 2. So that should help. The final thing is, this is supposed to be every 6 hours, and we've been streaming long enough. If I'm correct, this would be a time to drink this. So, that big coughing fit, and yep, that should be the final dose tonight. That's right on target, even if I'm an hour early or an hour late. That should be that final dose, and I should be feeling even better tomorrow. I've got a midnight pill, and then I've got my morning pills. So again, thank you for your patience. So with that in mind, we should be able to go to this, and we don't even care about anything less than that. Is my phone ringing now for some reason? Oh, my phone is ringing because it's the exact same thing. Okay. Literally telling me to take the pill. Okay. So now let's go here. Let's go new. Please? Yeah, it gets really slow when it's trying to stream and broadcast and all of that. Wow, the whole point was to make it easy to read. Okay, I guess not. Don't save. Go here. Copy table. That is better. Common range. Right? Below average, bad, terribles. That really tells me even average is trash. Right? But if we do that, and again, thank you for your patience. If we zoom that all in. What is this? This should be this column, right? Let's center that. We center everything. Okay. Good. Come on, little bar here. How does that look, folks? I'm going to go back to my phone. On the phone. Let's go to our live video. Love it. Hey, that's not so bad, huh? It's a good little space on the screen. It's got the information. I love it. I do. I feel like the Bill O'Reilly, let's do it live. Okay, I won't be able to read the comments for a little bit. Let's get through the draft, and then I can take it off the screen and I can go back to read the comments, whatever you had to say. So a low and all of that. So interview good means 60 to 89. So we're always going to aim for the low end, right? And then hope it gets higher. Average is like 54 to 80. Oh, it's so bad, isn't it? Okay. So interviews average 42 to 81. But the average is literally 61. So 61 interview, 61. Good says 73 interview. Above average 70. So our good interview says about a 73 awareness and about 73 pass accuracy. Like, how trash is 73 pass accuracy? 73 awareness, you're like, hey, that's pretty nice. 73 pass accuracy, less so, right? So good goods, right? Great good, amazing average, great good, good good, just pass accuracy and arm strength, right? Great good, good great, amazing above average. So I guess we want our best accuracy. Not saying we have to try to replace our quarterback right now. The best accuracy was here in the arm strength. And the accuracy can go up before that, right? So, great good, amazing average. Average is going to be like 61 accuracy. You're never going to be good like that, right? Above average, great good, above average. Great good, good. This is probably the best decision. I don't mean this pick right now, but Richard Means probably looks like the best prospect on the board. So he's supposed to be like a 4th round pick or whatever. He might not even make it to the next round. Don't even bother. Right? The fastest guy is 4.35 speed. Amazing run power. Also, a little bit later pick. Maybe round 3, maybe round 4, as they said. Could be going round 2. It could be our 2nd round pick, right? Because, like, the end of the 3rd is 3rd, 4th. It might be gone by then. 4.31 speed. 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 Yeah, getting 4.35 speed. It's not fast, but the run power to go with it. Like, what's his name here? Dwayne Brooks, whatever, as a target. Wide receiver. I mean, hands average, like 61 hands. Are you kidding me? Good hands, 73 hands. This is why the receivers suck. Like, their hands are like 70 something. Oh, I'm gonna have to do the headphones off again just to focus. How do we not bust out here? How do we not bust out? We're happy with our safeties, our cornerbacks, really everything except for what? Left end? The defensive tackle? We say that's circles, but 83 strength, 90 tackle. We don't need another pick, right? We just had him. We don't need another high defensive tackle. This was our second round guy. Not nearly the strength that we want from the position. The awareness is elite. Right? After 2 years. I mean, we kind of gotta just settle for it. We still have a replacement, especially for Green here. He was taken in our draft? Yeah, but he fell. He crashed. -8. He lost his strength. He lost a lot of awareness. I don't know if he was injured. His injury went up. Maybe it's because he just didn't play because of the other guy. He just crashed. That's like an unfair crash. Really is an unfair crash. That sucks. Okay. That's what's going to happen to this guy if we draft a replacement, right? The tackle room is kind of full. We've got guys locked up. We really need an answer for these future guards. That's where we're just going to have to eat shit for a while. Okay. The run blocking is good, so 73. Corner. What have I seen? I've seen this guy go into the chat. Go into the chat. It says halfback BROOAES 3 to 4. Quarterback was means, right? QB means 4 to 7. Like, that's a player I've identified. Wide receivers, they have like no speed whatsoever. The Jerry Rice factor of like you don't need great speed, but and then oh yeah, gotta go back here. In chat, so it looks better. Sorry, I got distracted. All right, hands. Average, above average, good. Right, above average, good. Like, don't waste time on wide receivers. Not even a note to take. Now, tight ends, hands are going to be a little bit different. Right, the expectations aren't as high. Good, good, above average, good, above average, good, all that, right? So, hands good, speed. guys that can fly down the field. You got 4'8", 4'9", 4'7", 6. Average hands. 4'7", 4'6", 7. Good hands, above average hands. So we're looking at good interview, good hands, good run power, 21 years old. Tight end, right? T. Walker. So, tight end, T. Walker. Second to third. That's a target. Okay. Could be our pick, right? We're literally stacked on the offensive line, even if it's the pick. Not that I want to completely ignore the position, but it would have to be just so great, and just good, amazing average just isn't. Great, good, above average. Is that worth burning a pick? Good, good, average. Amazing, good, above average, 21. So I don't think we have anyone on the offensive line that just like blows us away. So cornerback room. Okay. Bench reps. 14, 13, 12, 13, 14. So what? Tackling below average. I'm below average there. Okay, that's our point. Average tackling, average interview. Now, average tackling, if average is 61, that's a good tackler. For a corner, that's a really good tackler in strength. 61 awareness, 5'9", 4'3", speed. Dishman could be a target. Above average, no bench press, 4'2", speed, above average, above average. If that's 70 awareness, 70 tackling, if that's speed, 5'10", that's interesting. So yeah, if I ignore bench reps, because we're not literally watching them press the guys at the line of scrimmage. If we say just tackling, just sorting by tackling. Below average, below average, below average, above average, that's this guy. Below average, 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 above average, 4'2", speed, 9 bench reps versus 3 bench reps. Vertical is 37. Interview is bad. 5'10" as well. Also bad. Below average. Above average, average 14 bench reps. So Williams, a good means 73 tackle potentially. The range could still be 60, right? Below average 10 bench reps, 4.38 speed. 21 years old at the bottom. Swift could be a guy off the back end. CB Swift. 4.27. Right? Williams. CB Williams. Then we had Austin, right? Good tackling. CB Austin. It's below average interview, but that's some good bench rep. 22 years old. 4 and bad, average. Above average interview. Yeah, Simpson. Cornerback. Simpson. So those are positions that I'm looking at. Okay, and Simpson could be our first round pick. Right? 473, 471, 456 speed. What is 456 speed? Oh my goodness. 456 speed. Oh god. The shuttle. Okay. It's still whatever. Right? It's closer to the 70 end. No, it's 456. It's closer to the 79 end. Okay. And his numbers are good above average. And 26. Sweeney. Not so bad, huh? Sweeney at linebacker. MLB. Sweeney. Outside linebackers. 4.41 speed. 4.41 speed means he's in the 80s speed. 4.43 means he is as well. Like out of 4.52, it's outside of the 80s. Right? So let's sort by it. And so it's two guys to look at. Amazing tackling, average interview. Above average. Right? 4.43 speed. It's a mid-80s speed, 11 bench reps is nothing special. 20 bench reps. The average tackling and above average. Right? That means average tackling is like a 61, it's terrible. 61 interview we can handle a lot better. The bench reps can be a difference maker. Right? So, K. Lewis, left outside linebacker. K. Lewis. So L-O-L-B. K. Lewis. That's a target. Defensive tackles don't have any targets in the 30s. Ooh, defensive end. Not all. 28 plus. Good, bad, good, above average. Yeah. What are we thinking, folks? You see the comments there. You see what we've looked at. The best corner is Austin. Like, the corners are in reverse order. I posted them in reverse order. Austin could be a pick there. What else is sitting there? Right? We have some 4-7s, all that. The tight end? The tight end are Austin? The center Simpson? What was the story with the center Simpson? Or C. Simpson the name? Did I not add? Oh, C. Simpson is the corner's name, right? Maybe I didn't write CD. Yeah, it's J. Simpson, CD Simpson. That's what it should be. Yeah, thank you, Denny. Second to third round. Sweeney, Lewis, and Simpson, right? Getting really low on the board. I don't even see their names team in there, right? So he needs the third middle linebacker off the board. I'm not saying we have to take the middle linebacker. We've already taken the middle linebacker, but my God. Clearly, I've got to be wrong about something, right? Because you can't even find him. Alright, we're dipping. Dudley is how much higher than Simpson on the board? Dudley's one more and it's down there. Okay. And Lewis. Lewis is the same one, right? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4th linebacker. Yeah, Lewis is probably the pick, right? You don't have to dip too far to get there, right? Corner tackle in. Like, Lewis is sitting there. Lewis is... Yeah, it is a tough call. So I think Lewis is our temporary projection. Okay. Let me go in here and change the source to this. And then drop it out. So I can look there. Yeah, I think it's take Lewis. And just to double check and do our due diligence, we're just looking at everyone above it and see if anything sticks out. Right? Guard. Like anything less than great isn't worth it. Great 22. Great interview, great tackling 22. Like, is that better? It's gonna be like a backup for us. Great, amazing, below average. We don't need the center. Like, some good picks. There's some good selections if you need it. Great interview, average tackling. Are we overlooking Gordon here at a corner position? We haven't gotten to Simpson. Are we overlooking the tackling with a great interview? Age 23. Below average interview with amazing tackling. Amazing tackling, 19 bench reps, not as fast, good interview. How does Ilko, and 24 years old? Average good interview, 4.43 speed. At the corner. You said you like Gordon? Yeah. So, great interview, average tackling, 4.43. Same 4.43. Average good. Average great. Yeah, it might be Gordon, right? Lewis is down here. Gordon's up here. Yeah, the 40-inch vert too. Yeah, exactly. That's why we do our due diligence. Let's pull the trigger, Denny. Something like it. Now that we've done due diligence, we should be able to make these picks a lot faster as well. First thing to look at is Lewis still on the board? Probably not. Lewis is. And we also had the amazing tackler, right? Both amazing tackling, but the other was 21 years old, average and good. So here's the thing, average versus good, like at 19 bench reps. But that speed is something special. Do we care about the speed? But then there's also 3 years difference. We're going to get to average to above average to good here, but we can't make up for that bench reps. Do we care about speed or do we care about the bench reps? If we're an outside linebacker, we're a pass rusher, aren't we? We're not a run setter. So I still think Lewis could be a good selection. Who else did we say might be available, like the halfback as well? Right? The halfback was Brookies or whatever, and he's already gone. We never made it to this pick, right? The quarterback Means is here. And then we just went linebacker. No, we went corner, right? So we don't need more corners. Right? We're already at 6 corners. We're going to have to cut people. The wide receiver, we didn't have one. The tight end, 2nd to 3rd round. 2nd to 3rd round doesn't even exist here on the board, and that was T. Walker. T. Walker is also done. Okay. So I think we're looking at these two. Lewis and Ilko. Of course this interview is good. He's 3 years older. And again, as we said, the 11 versus 19 bench reps versus the speed. I think as a pass rushing outside linebacker we want it. For me as a 3-4 outside linebacker, I want him to be able to set the edge. I like the strength. But the game might look at the speed. And there's right outside linebacker. That's the other thing. It's the other side of the field. Not that we need to replace that position either. And in the corner room, Simpson is still there. Simpson's the guy that we were looking at. Right? And we already have 6 corners. But if we're just getting best player available to help our future roster, we've got a 33-year-old 10-year pro. Are we going to be able to replace like a couple of these guys, like cut some guys and get a little bit more depth and more secondary? Get rid of Curtis or whoever, or get rid of Strausser or something? I don't know. Tough call, hard to ignore Lewis's speed. Exactly. Right, we already have a 95 overall that we signed like a big contract. Right? I think we get one of them, right? Let's go with the speed guy. I think we've gotten enough strength out of our linebackers over time. And if we just get punished, we get punished. We don't like it. So we made a mistake. Oh, they're not always right. And then the other corners were Austin and Williams. Swift. Austin, Williams, Swift. Like, there's some corners there. Not that we need them. But the other one, Simpson, is gone. The other guy, like, we missed out on. The audience and me are about to fight. Well, we're going to find out. That's the biggest thing that we had the big difference on. Probably the other guy was the better pick, or the overall. We probably missed out on a better overall on the board. But we're going to find out, especially with the progression of the player, and we're going to see what difference that makes over the course of seasons, right? So, in terms of our other scouting, the halfback is gone, the tight end is gone. Is the quarterback still there here in the 3rd round? The 3rd round was Means. And probably not. Yeah, Means is gone. So, with our 2nd pick, we missed out on Means. Do we want to draft a quarterback that highly? No. But you can tell that the computer is also picking these guys that we're targeting, aren't just leaving them all for us at the end, right? Okay. So, what else? The game is like, hey, here's a good tackler, here's a whatever. Good, below average, good, average. I'm willing to bet the game is going to say, hey, here's a dude, you need a position, get a guy. Yeah, the game is there's a lot of that whole best player available, right? Centers, ends, tackles, safeties. Just good. No reaction, who cares? Good averages. Great below average. A future kicker. And seriously, who cares? Okay. Sign draft picks. Our corner. 72 overall, 86 speed. It's an improvement over other positions. Well, how did he work out? Was supposed to be in the 80s and he wasn't. Now, it said the 40 time was supposed to be in the mid 80s. Like, we were in 4.4 something speed or whatever. We were inside of 4.52. Like, 4.36 to 4.52. 4.36 is 89. 4.52 is 80. We are faster than 4.52, so we should have been in the 80s in speed and we weren't. Does that mean maybe he progresses in speed? I don't know. But if the one thing we drafted for was speed and we didn't get it, and we had cornerback strength, that's why they booed us. Acceleration was really high. The tackle is really high. Awareness can grow. We'll find out. 66, 62, 65. Here, who cares? Awareness is 75. Kicking accuracy 73 is not special. Cut. Didn't even scout him, didn't care. So that's another time that we've basically been lied to. Kicker picker. Yep, we got duped. Must have skipped the combine and only did his pro day or something. Yeah, for the storyline purposes, yeah. Alright, while they're finalizing, I never solved my dinner situation. Let them do that. They're still finalizing it. Anything like a chicken wrap or something that's at least less unhealthy, because hamburgers are super unhealthy. I'm gonna get shawarma. Right. that. And then paste. And then like that, and hit like that. And go to the cart. And go to pay. Make it a priority and give it a tip. And then overpay for delivery. Shawarma and french fries. Alright. There we go. So, free agent signing. Who's available? Harris. Right end. A video game created right end, huh? From the Vipers. From the Vipers. Quarterback room, halfback room, fullback room. 78 speed, no strength whatsoever. Let's just go with it. It's going to cost us so much money. At least we only signed into the 2-year deal. Oh no, that's the other guy. What? He didn't. Oh no, I'm looking at the wrong guy. Rookie. Okay, okay. 240K. Yeah. Bye. We don't really need any offensive linemen yet. 79 and 90. Our rookie is a 70 though. And we got duped by speed by a bit, but it really is that killers, that lack of strength. Right? That was what killed us. The acceleration is solid, the tackling is really good. But he's just not strong at all. Now, our rookie is here. So that was a hell of a selection. We're definitely going to release here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the rookie room. I think we're fine there in the secondary. The linebacker room, we're still fine with. We're like +1. It's not bad when a 70 overall is our worst, like our third string guy, right? We could use that left end. Like we could use a defensive end. Some wide receiver and halfback action in free agency. So we're going to look at the halfbacks in a little bit. Could improve at the fullback room, actually. 93 awareness. 2 points less. More speed. Run blocks are still bad, but no pass blocking ability. That's the difference. That's the difference. A wide receiver? Yeah, whatever. 87 overall. What are your skills? You suck? I don't care. You can catch. You're slow as fucking dirt. 74 speed, whatever. Get on my football team. Now, what kind of defensive end are you? Are you a good witch or a bad witch? 79 strength and 99 awareness. .74 speed is crazy. 70 as a floor is a good thing. Yeah, exactly. Let's find out what the market is. Told you this wide receivers suck. He's entertaining the deal? No, he signed it. Okay. Can we afford it? No, we can't. Can we afford it? Kind of. Eh. Yeah, we saved a lot of money by cutting that guy. Even though we got the cap penalty, we saved a lot of money. Age 31. $65 catch. Whoa. That's bad. Kansas City's willing to pay a lot of money here. Yeah, I think we're fine at the cornerback position. We'll figure out another wide receiver. Right? Agrees to the deal. We've still got $5 million to mess with. Carry. Not supposed to fumble the ball versus guy who can fumble the ball. What's this? We can afford this. It's a third stringer. Sign the halfback would exceed 55 players on the roster. What? Yeah, I get that. Eat the salary cap problem. That's it, right? Alright, Denny has a comment. Curious if the NFL's long-term plans with all the international games is to add an international team to to each division, that would F things up royally. We'd like to talk about that in a little bit. And then Asuka says, yeah, only Madden to have expansion was 0-2 with the Texans. Yeah, another team has expanded and they have expansion draft. Let's talk about that in just a moment. Let's talk about free agency here. This is the quarterback situation room, halfback room, right? Like the speed room. We took the guy with like all the speed. There's a guy with also 96 speed. He had more carry. I don't really think it's going to make much of a difference to us. We took a top guy. We took a couple top guys. Packers went after a center. We got a top defensive end. The Eagles went after the other defensive end. We're still 5.41 under the cap. We're going to have some penalty. There's some good corners around the league. And we're still under the cap. And yet here we are. So, one of the things that I've heard, and one of the things that I've discussed before, that I'm not saying I'm in favor of, but the real discussion was, if you go international, you potentially need an entire European, like, micro league. And I don't mean micro league, but, like, the NFL really can't do what I'm about to say. But the real discussion was a division. A 4-team, like 4 teams. So yeah, 4-team division. Potentially, like Germany, Scotland, London proper, and I don't remember where else. Like, yeah, Germany, like the Frankfurt, Germany, like the Frankfurt Fire or whatever. A London team, like the Scotland Rain or whatever, and I forget the other one. But the talk was that. And the talk was have one European team, like going on the road at a time, right? The other 3 stay at home, between playing in their division and having like 1 or 2 NFL, like I think 3 NFL teams going on the road to play the 3 European teams that are staying at home in terms of travel, and like have a tour around it, and then have it in such a way, or 3 teams, 4 teams, yeah, I think the 3 teams, and have it rotated in such a way that then some of the teams get a chance to play like the team of Europe that was on the road. So you're talking like 4 weeks. One team is on the road, so like 4, 8, 12, 16, right? So you're like, you've got that tour plus your bye week or whatever. I don't know exactly how it would work out, but the idea, maybe like 1 week where they're all at home or something for like that 5th game or whatever. I don't know exactly. But the idea is like you go on the road for that 4 or 5 weeks or whatever. 5, 10, 15, 20 on those. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah. You're like on the road for like 4 weeks. Traveling the United States playing those 4 games. But then what do you do with the other games? Right? Like, I don't know. It's really weird. Everything was all fucked up and weird. Because the NFL like has something special here. They've got 32 teams. Right? 16-16. 4-4-4-4-4. Like, everything was good. In fact, the games were good, too. Right? 17 weeks, but with a bye week, 16 games, like 4 quarters of the season. Everything was nice and pretty and even. And they're fucking it up. But the big thing was having 4 different teams to make it viable at the time. Just one random London team out there. It's just so weird. Yeah, NFL Germany. Yeah. You'd say you'd almost rather reboot NFL Europe as a minor league for the NFL teams. Yeah, and you hate the international games too, the travel, and the fields are total shit most of the time and all of that. Yeah, like I said, I'm not in favor of it at all. But that was the discussion. So let me check my phone as far as a confirmation of the delivery. Is there any concern? It says the restaurant is preparing it, and we should be good. Okay. Training camp. Right? Ground attack, Peterson. Thing that we're skipping normally. 80 overall fullback. Didn't get a broken tackle. No agility there, huh? Oop, 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 oop. Gone. Pancake and gone. Cheese, 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 cheese. What flavor do you like your cheese? Against all the defense that doesn't exist. There's only 2 defenders out there. Cheese, 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 cheese. Break the tackle, cheese. Pause. Suka says, if you think if London gets a team, it'll be an expansion team or relocate an existing one. I think they want an expansion. We've talked about Jacksonville potentially going there. I think there was a lot of legitimate talk about Khan trying to convince London to be fans of the Jaguars so he can move them. But I think that that's kind of falling through in its own way. At the edge and gone. But expanding the NFL to like a 33rd team, I think just fucks everything up really badly. But what does Roger care? Money, 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 money. Yeah, they're building the new dome. Like I said, that fell through completely. And I guess good for them, right? But that was the thing with Shad Khan, whatever, back in the day. It's like, he's going to buy the team and he's trying to promote this and na. And then it just kind of didn't happen. So they're going in a new direction. Especially with his son doing the AEW wrestling or whatever and all that stuff. Yeah, it's just a new direction. So what are we? We're in 89, folks. We're an 89 team. We increased instead of dropping out. Wide receiver room. Fox, why do they just shit on Fox? Why do they want Anthony starting so fucking bad every year? They really desperately want Anthony to start. What is the deal, folks? I do not get it in the least bit. This would be a left end 76 overall, huh? We have our 85 strength, 3-4 defensive end. He would be a better... He's a 76 overall. Right? Versus a 70 outside linebacker. See, that's where, again, you drafted a 76 overall. He's just disguised as a 70 here. Lewis is only a 61 at middle linebacker, huh? And Hansen, they want to lose his starting job. Not like it truly matters. But they're not giving Gordon the pass. Like, if you want someone to compete 2 years younger, more speed, more awareness, not as much tackle, maybe this is a mistake. Yeah, the game hates on Fox, exactly. So comment says, so what other team could move? I mean, it'd be a surprise team if it's not Jacksonville, right? It'd have to be another team that's failing. Is anyone else like truly failing? I don't think so. The Jags were the one that were truly failing. They really had to sell their ownership. Washington had their ownership sold for a different reason. So I don't see that happening. The other conversations that I've heard are the problem with Mexico City, like there's the air pollution, there's the drug cartels and like those problems, like traveling, safety, security, all that. Less likely to be that. My understanding, don't the Bills actually play some games in Canada, or in the past they played some games in Canada? Like, I think they're more likely, if they're going to have an international team, they're going to have international, not Europe, but they're going to have international as in Canadian teams, with Canadian football and all of that and their support. As far as just like the term of international games, but they really, really, really want to tap into Europe's big time market. But that's the thing, is like, Europe likes football. They like American football, and it's been successful having European games with NFL teams. But an NFL team, a home team, then you've got like the taxes and the laws and the visas, and you've got all kinds of shit you have to deal with. So I don't know. Move the Jets. That's a good one. Denny's other comment says the Jaguars honestly have never really worked. They could move, but do international teams have to play by American time zone slots? Are the games now going to play in the middle of the night? I mean, they already have games in Europe. I mean, it's already a thing. They're having one, like, what is it, almost every week or something? Or parts of the year, they have multiple in the year now. And then it said time for ring number 3, moving the Jets yet, but the Bills are building a new stadium, thankfully not a dome, and all of that. Yeah. So, where are we? View progression. Okay, we're here. Here across the board. Hey, center. Young center. And there's our rookie. There's our guy, our left end. He got a little bit better as a backup. Young defensive tackle. Stringer has been a heck of a pick for us, too. It doesn't have the speed nearly at all. I'm going to have a big cough coming again. All right. Big cough out of the way, but thankfully didn't have to listen to that. And then he says the UFL needs to move to Europe and become associated with minor league teams. Wow. I think that's what a lot of these spring leagues wanted to be, is they wanted to show room to develop NFL talent and give them a room to play. And I really think that there's several guys. I think that if there was buy-in from NFL practice squad guys and veterans and all of that, there was true buy-in, there would have been more success. It also takes a lot of money to get a league going. Like, football is an expensive sport. And players like Colin Kaepernick, again, don't want to get political, but Colin Kaepernick's decision to be political. A lot of the rumors of, like, he didn't want to play in those minor leagues because he felt that he felt he was good enough to make an NFL roster and was getting blackballed and sued and all that stuff. He didn't want to put any film, because really, the last time he played, he got benched for Blaine Gabbert and then never did anything ever again. And he never showed, hey, you're missing out on this great player. And then Johnny Manziel, like, really washed out really hard. Some players don't like to go to Canada, like Doug Flutie liked to go to Canada. Other players did, but some players don't like to go to Canada. Ocho Cinco spent a little bit of time in Mexico in their Mexican league for fun. I don't know if he played a full season with them, but he played around. Was it T.O. played around in some arena ball or whatever? Guys bounce around and do little things, like almost side fun for them. But if there was legitimate buy-in from these kind of like mid-level, mid-tier guys, that would be pretty good. There is to some degree, but I'm not one to judge. It also feels like there's like too many of them, or like a bunch of startups. It's rough. It's got to be really rough. He thought a lot of incorrect things. Yes. Tommy Maddox was XFL MVP and they got signed by the Steelers, and we know what happened there. And eventually they needed a real quarterback, and they got one. Right? So 89 overall. And we have 2 ring things. And we're just better than everyone else. There's only one Pilots team, not 21 of them. An 87 team. We're still just the better football team with the human influence versus the computer influence, right? So again, barring catastrophic injuries, we should have another big-time run. There could have been an injury. We could have just straight up lost that game. Who knows? And catastrophic injuries can cause us to go on losing streaks. We're only 3-2. Like 1 game out of 500 at the moment. Well, now, yeah, we're 500 now, folks. Despite being the better team, we may be suffering injuries that we're not tracking. 6-5 is not good, folks. 6-6. 6-7. Are we dragging injuries? We might have been literally on a backup quarterback for some time, right? We might have been dragging our quarterback for some time, right? Yeah, 157 attempts, 291. That's why we're on a losing streak. We're dragging our quarterback. I don't think we have enough games left to do something. That's what happened. Your quarterback goes down and you're cooked. I don't know if this is going to be enough. It shouldn't be. So kill our Super Bowl hopes and dreams. An 8-8 year by having our quarterback down. And he might retire. That might have been his final year. So, Jags here. The Pilots! The Pilots are going to the Super Bowl, folks. The Bengals and the Pilots. The Pilots are in the Super Bowl.
We're here at Lely Chemicals Field. We'll have temperatures below freezing for tonight's game.
Love the
As
comments.
the
I'm reading them.
Bengals
Totally
square
agree.
off against the home team.
Not much to
Welcome
say
to
on
the
it.
game, everyone. Al Michaels here for EA Sports with my partner John Madden. Everyone here ready for more exciting
Viva los
NFL action.
Pilotas.
You talk about a quarterback who can lead his team to victory. This guy has all the tools you look for. Great arm, pocket presence, and the ability to hit a receiver
So stupid they
anywhere
don't
in the
even use a
field.
logo,
There's not
right?
too
I mean,
many
they do on
like
their
this guy.
pants, but they're
This is
not
what
even
everyone's
using the
been
logo.
waiting.
The uniforms that they have are terrible. The Pilots win the Super Bowl. Brian Dawkins, the touchdown thrower. Yeah. Right, here we go. We're going to have David Carr injury lead to retirement. And the delivery says it's actually on the way and almost, if not here. Wow, it just zoomed. And there's the phone call. Sí. Hola, yo voy, momentito. Gracias. That was fast. I guess I'll be right back. It didn't even buzz that it was on its way. All right. I'm also going to help my wife with her medicine. Injection. Okay, maybe not. Whenever she's in the mood, it is what it is. And the screen tells me more information. It says, to London, that's the Sharks. He said it's better than the Bulldogs or Wildcats. I like the British Bulldogs. That's a team I think I sometimes turn the Jaguars into. The Lincoln Sharks? Hello? Oh, someone wants attention now? Okay. Yes. There's someone that would like attention now. Feeling better? No. All right, now we might be back. Here we go. Yeah, no, Lincoln, Nebraska. No, I thought it said London, not Lincoln. When I barely sat down and just saw the L and the N, like the O, like those letters. And I barely got it on the screen before it was time to get back up again. Okay. And then, notifications, yes. All right, we are in year 13. I don't know if we're going to make year 15. I would like to make year 15. Suka, you're keeping track. I think we're at 112. Now we're at 116, right? It's around 4 mil a year, if not on the dot, or 4.1 or something like that, right? It's an approximation. And then, Dan Reeves has retired from the 49ers. Okay. Didn't Dan Reeves actually play, or D. Reeves, didn't he actually play for the 49ers, like way back in the day? Okay. Lots and lots of changes. Oh my goodness. And Kubiak, everyone thinks that they can poach Kubiak. Like the contract ends and they think they can just poach Kubiak. I think to some degree, even before like his years are up, right? M. Simon is constantly there. I think the guy we used to have as our offensive coordinator is gone. Tom Rathman's got the 72 motivation versus the 55 motivation. He was a running backs coach for quite some time. And then kicker, punter. You've been our guy for some time. Why don't you want to stay? You weren't getting offers to be a coordinator or something. And yeah, sure, whatever. It's expensive, but whatever. At this rate, the shared revenue should be around 200 million year 30. It said the game got elite birders on it. Don't know what that means. Vito, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not even playing dumb. And then Asuka says, which is a lot less than the billion it was in 08. Yeah. All right, retired players. We still have we have fake players retiring, but we still have real players in the game. Or at least real players that are retiring, right? And I was correct, especially with his injury. David decides to hang it up, and no way of being able to convince him otherwise. And we lose our right guard, our tackle, and we lose, whoever. So that's it. Wrap it up. Put a bow on it. Wrap it up and put a bow on it. David Carr is done. 3 Super Bowl appearances, 2 rings, and calls it a career. Not much else to write home about. A lot of he gone. And now, welcome to the years of suck as we try to find a new quarterback. Well, if there was any year to suck and miss it and actually have a shot at a quarterback, now would be it, wouldn't it? So many fake teams now. No quarterbacks taken at the top. Not a single quarterback taken in a row. If there is a good quarterback in this class, if this class is a quarterback, It hasn't been taken. Folks, if there's a good quarterback, that quarterback has not been taken. I think this might arguably be the place to call it a night. At 7.5 hours, failing to make the playoffs because of injuries, David Carr retires. Not a single quarterback has been taken off the board, which means we get the best choice on the board of what's available this year. And we need a franchise quarterback. Let's turn off the background music. Let's read the chats. My dinner arrived. I've given my wife the injection that she needs for her treatment. And it said, pilots flying high, Lincoln, Nebraska. Yeah, you know all those sharks in Nebraska must be the Sharknado. I love it, guys. I missed that earlier. So that's 5 relocation teams right now. Denny says, I think so. Hey, at least it's better than the whatever. Lincoln, Nebraska. Thinking about the money. Vito says, the elite blunders of the game like the coaching. Oh, okay. Okay, Vito. I totally understand you now. I totally, like, elite speak, like, elite, like, high-level epic blunders. I don't think so. Honest answer, I don't think so. It depends on what you want to define as elite blunder. I don't think it's a specific blunder of the game. I think the biggest thing here, Vito, glad to have you here on the channel. Glad to have you here in the comments section. We look across the NFL. Clinton Portis, 98 overall. There's an actual 90 running back overall made by the computer. And then it's just a pile of trash at running back. It really is. Right? I'm really surprised the computer made a 90 overall and an 87. I'm honestly surprised by that. Wide receivers. I'm honestly surprised to see that there were actually some half-decent wide receivers made by the game as well. Though they're kind of all over the place. There is some level of talent. And we see they've been drafting that position as well. The tight end room is just completely fallen away. We have one of the top tight ends as an 86 overall. Cornerback room. It's kind of nice to see a created player by the game. A few of them be pretty good. So really, it's the running back room that, like, once Clinton Portis is gone, you just see, just click like this. This is the running back room made by the computer. The quarterback room. There are quarterbacks to find out here. Boss Bryant, 2007, first round, pick number 8. Then Palmer Grossman. Then a 94 overall. Taken number 1 overall by Arizona in the 2005 year. A 94 overall. Taken in the 2007 year, 5th. Kyle Baller. So Tom Brady, it's Tiki Brady. 2009. 6th overall. 11th overall. A 92. So you can take a good quarterback. Not every year is going to have an elite quarterback, but you can take a great quarterback. You're probably going to stumble in the halfback room, most likely. We've got an 80 overall fullback, which is one of the top fullbacks in the league. You can stumble into some good wide receivers. But when we look at these wide receivers, who are they? 99 speed, 97 acceleration. This is a hell of a find that they have here. Right? With decent strength and everything in the catch rating. They made a hell of a guy. Right? Andre Johnson is still here. He's about to retire most likely. So you can get lucky with a wide receiver. Let's go. Can we scroll down? Yeah, there we can go. 12th pick, 3rd pick, 2nd pick, 1st pick, 2nd pick, 13th pick, 1st pick, 4th pick, 25th pick, 2nd pick, 1st pick, 5th pick. You're going to need a top pick to get a top guy, and that's not a bad thing. But there are no hidden draft guys. Right? There are no second rounds, third rounds. This is the best they have. The second round's in 81. So you better be taken at the top of the board if you want a good receiver. Right? Second round, second overall, seventh, top tens. Top tens at the halfback position. Did it just say our guy, Peterson? A 78 overall. A 78 overall. No, 77 overall. And, yeah, top 8 pick. So, does that count as a blunder? I don't think so. But the top backs and the top wide receivers still kind of suck. Well, the receivers less so. And the other thing to talk about, since you legitimately asked that question here, we've seen a much better management of team salary, cap room, cap penalties, team development. We're not having the problems that we had in Deinchai's video. And I do not say Deinchai as in he made a mistake, but Deinchai exposed Madden 08 for the reality that it is. Madden 08 is a good football game. It's a fun game to play with you and your friends. It's a good game to maybe play 5 or 8 or maybe even 10 years of franchise mode. Maybe. But it's not a long-term franchise. Yeah, 5, 8, whatever years you want to set on Madden 08 before it just gets out of control. But no big-time blunders. I think it's been good. I think it's been interesting. I think it's been worth it. I'm really glad that you made the comment, Vito, and clarified. It also says here, didn't even mention I got 2 rings. Should make the Hall of Fame. So, yeah, talking about David Carr. Our team made 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them. We made some championship games. We lost several of them. We made like, was it 3 or 4 championship games in a row? I think 4 championship games in a row. 2 of them were to the Super Bowl and 1 was a victory. And then we fell off, and then we made some championship games, and we also lost. We had some injury-prone seasons that were like 6-10 and set us up. And so we're not even at the midway point. The year 15-16 would be like the midway point. Asuka says Clinton Portis is a god amongst boys, basically. Asuka says the game is just predicting the future of running backs. In some ways, kind of. Though I think that's a little bit of a disservice to some of the great talent we have seen. Denny says, I hope we do get Rodgers a ring. He owes us one in real life. Obviously, you hope you want a ring. You want Steelers get Super Bowl. Steelers get 7. Sixburg. You won't be called Sixburg if you get 7, right, Denny? That's why you can't win any more rings, because you just have to forever be known as Sixburg. It's in the cards. You're done winning Super Bowls. Just live with it. Sixburg it is. That's it. Right? The Niners are always going to be on quest for 6. All the memes. Are we still on quest for 6 or nah? I've seen like those memes. Yeah, there you go, folks. I've had a lot of fun. Also, before we wrap it up, I think I've already hit save. I mean, we already reloaded it, right? I'm not abandoning. I'm not avoiding the historic teams. I told Asuka in the private Discord. So let's just have that conversation here. There's a lot that I want to accomplish. I get 2 weeks of vacation time, and I'm not going to spend my whole time in the hobby room and avoiding hanging out with my wife, though she's working on her master's stuff, and she has a project due Monday. So as her projects are turned in, I think she has another project after that. Another one that's due on the 28th, so she's got time for it. Obviously, I'm going to be spending time with her. I'm going to go out to Miraflores and get our walk and all that when I'm feeling better. This was a good experience. We can try to run through Madden 05, Madden 06, whatever, like look at which games maybe break, and take the draft list serious and literally set it to just computer, and just try to use advertisement money to simulate and just see what happens, so we don't lose control of our franchise and just watch the league develop without slowing down in free agency and slowing down in the draft process. That could be an interesting thing to do. But I also like to take, and I said it earlier in this video, I like to take some time during my winter break and play some RPGs or play some point-and-click games. You know what I really enjoyed, folks, and it may not be your cup of tea at all. How how is it spelled? Siberia. Yes, here. Go to games. Go here. Go to sources. Display capture. I played Siberia 1 and Siberia 2 on my Nintendo Switch. It had a sale, like $2 or whatever. It's originally a PC point-and-click game. It's available on the original Xbox. I believe they're both available on the 360. Siberia 3 was released on the 360. And on the Nintendo Switch, it's in the marketplace on sale at random times. I don't know if it is now. Highly recommended game. It's slow. It's a puzzle. It's a point-and-click game. It is steampunk, gearpunk in its theme. Because it is a computer game, like an old computer game, it has like that whole Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 1, like static backgrounds, like painted backgrounds. Your character moves around in the background and you click on things and you solve puzzles. I loved this game. Absolutely love this game. I hope that I get a chance to play Siberia, the World of Tomorrow, or whatever, no, the World Before. It's a PlayStation 5, I don't have it. I don't know if I'll ever buy a Switch 2. Why do I click on this and it sends me somewhere else? That's so weird. Anyway, Siberia the World Before is the sequel, and it's on PlayStation 5. And they haven't released it on Switch. They probably won't release it on Switch. Hopefully, if they do release on Switch 2, I might buy the Switch 2, not just for this game, but I might do that. It was 2022. I played this game over the winter. Absolutely loved it. 2023 and 2024, I was replaying Knights of the Old Republic. I was playing other things. Dragon Age is a lot of fun. I think I even did some Fallout on my channel to an extent and then just stopped adding the content, but just recording it. I have a lot of fun. If you like the old games, the old point-and-click adventures, and you've never played Siberia, please do yourself the favor. That is the definition of a slow burn, high, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Highly immersive. I love, and even if you don't have to do it right now, do it when it's your winter time. I love the cup of coffee, cup of tea, blanket. The game literally has a cold snow feel to it, and playing in the cold weather. Such a beautiful just experience to go through, solve the puzzles, read the pages, like talk to the characters. The slow burn is so worth your time if you're into those kinds of games. You will absolutely love it. And I grew up with point and clicks, and I absolutely loved it. It still touches my heart to this day. It would be a game worth buying a Switch 2 for, if it's released for it. That kind of thing. The World Before, I hope. Everyone really hypes it up. Siberia 3, I heard, is absolute trash. I've tried to play it. It is trash. I haven't continued playing it. But The World Before, I've heard incredible things about. And it's just like pretend that Siberia 3 doesn't exist. I don't know exactly what I'm going to play. It might be Jade Empire. It might be something else. But it's not just going to be a football winter. That's like the warning. If and when, like, if we jump into the Madden 04 franchise, I might treat it just like I treated Madden 02, which is non-live recording the games and then posting the full videos on my main channel as like raw footage as opposed to these live streams. And then when we get to decision-making points, keep us interested, keep us posted. So those are things that I think are going to be what we're doing moving forward. My wife has her reactions. Yeah, the cup of coffee, cup of tea. We'll be here for it. That doesn't mean I'm never going to go live. In fact, if I play my RPGs and all that stuff, I'll probably play them live with you. You know that I've enjoyed playing Rock Band live. Probably turn the microphone off because you don't want to hear my trashy singing. I sing along with it. But it might not be so much football, but just hanging out with you guys. Talking and having a good time. And football's not going away, but we're not going to have these 7-hour football streams. Right? That's my plan, to take advantage of my winter holiday and just keep me fresh, because then we're going to start jumping in on the other side. It's going to be August. We're going to see like the NFL preseason, the regular season. We're going to we know what that's going to be like. So in a lot of ways, this is over and it's not over, right? I've had a wonderful time. It was a great thing to wake up and see Dine Shy's post. I think that's a great way. It's not like a permanent goodbye to it. But I hope I'm making sense as we shift gears into winter break, 28 de Julio celebration, and then we get celebrated into the NFL preseason. So thank you so much. I'm going to have dinner, and I might play things, or I might even record things to upload on my channel otherwise. So thank you so much. See you next time.